presentation is management through organic value chain of measured spices in Northeast India and empirical economic analysis. And this is the outcome of the Indian Council of Agricultural Research, New Delhi. There is project, there is National Innovative Agricultural research project sanctioned to the university. My co-author, Dr. Ram Singh, who is professor and head of agricultural economics, he made the studies under my supervision. And particularly, we selected this topic because the northeastern region of the country, it is very famous for spices, as well as the northeastern region of the country, it was identified as the organic hub of the country. And even the Honorable Prime Minister of India, that is, he sometimes gave statement that the northeastern region, it is the hub of the organic farming, as well as the second green revolution, it should be initiated from this region. And next. So if we say the risk, particularly in agriculture, the production risks include bad weather, pests and diseases, fire, soil erosion, etc., that negatively affect the production of agricultural commodities. And as you know, in the our country, it is the largest producer in spices, and it is also major consumer and exporter of spices in the world. And the major spices are chili, garlic, ginger, turmeric, pepper, cardamom, turmeric. But since in the northeastern region, so in our studies, we included only 3 spices, that is ginger, turmeric, and the chili, which are usually grown by the farmers by organic in Sikkim state, in other states also organic by default. And there has been substantial increment of 70% during the last 5 years about the production of total spices in the country. And spices in the northeastern region, so as I discussed, there are many spices, but the main emphasis we're giving is ginger, turmeric, and the chili. And the niche spice crops, for example, Nadia ginger, Lakadong turmeric, and the king chili, that is the hottest chili in the world. So earlier it was #1 in the country, now it is #2. It is the very pungent, that is king chili, which is very famous, and bird eye chili, which is grown in the state of Mizoram. So there is high demand for these, spices, and which are produced organically. Not only the raw, fruits, even different value-added products, for example, from ginger and the turmeric, oil and olorousins, powder and the paste, from ginger, candy, cookies, flakes, etc., turmeric, and our turmeric, particularly in the northeastern region, the turmeric, particularly the Lakadong turmeric, the high content of curcumin content. That is why not only in the country, even the abroad also, there is high demand of this Lakadong turmeric. Chili, it is the added products, value-added products, that is the capsaicin and the capsaicin. And hence, the Sikkim is the only organic state in the country. And it was declared organic in the year 2016. But the Sikkim state initiated, organic farming, organic cultivation since 2003, that is under mission mode. And if we say, because the northeastern region is very famous for organic farming, and in organic farming, as everybody knows, the compost, green manure, bone meal. And if we say about the opportunities of the organic farming, then it is practiced in more than 179 countries, and there is potential to increase from current 69.80 million hectares for 2.90 million farmers. And there is high demand of this organic product throughout the world. And after the conversion period, there is enhancement of the production due to the increase in the soil health, and it is in diversified agroclimatic condition, and it gives the sustainable income. And there is more concern about the health that is concerned, because nowadays our focus should be not only food security, we have to think about the nutritional security and the health security. And since the northeastern region being organic by default, and then there is good scope for organic cultivation of the spice crops. And if there are also challenges, and these are the challenges I will not explain in detail. And even the Sikkim state, the first organic state in the country, they are also having some challenges. For example, particularly if we grow the crop organically, then they have to produce organic inputs. It may be biofertilizer, biopesticides, even biocontrol agents. And that is the need of our particular in the Sikkim state. And the status of area under organic farming. So in the world scenario, currently 1.4% of the world's agricultural land is organic, and about 2.9 million organic producers are reported as organic. And India ranks 8th position in the terms of organic agricultural area worldwide. And India has the highest number of organic producers, followed by Uganda and Mexico. In the context of the northeastern region, so the region constitutes 8.05% of the total organic area in the country, and the Sikkim has the highest area since the whole state is organic, and it is the Tripura, it is the least area. So, but all the 7 states, 8 including Assam, 8 states, particularly the farmers, they prefer the organic farming. So there is now the current trend is actually not only the Sikkim, even the neighboring states, Arunachal Pradesh, Mizoram, Nagaland, they are also trying to convert as organic state. So it is in the pipeline. And if we say about export of organic food from India, so for the last 10 years, from 2007-8 to 2017-18, so there is that is the tremendous improvement from 498 crores to 3,453 crores. And regarding the ginger, it is ranked 7th in area and the 3rd in production in the country. And in the northeastern region, the leading state is the Sikkim, followed by Meghalaya, Mizoram, and Arunachal Pradesh. And particularly the ginger of the region is having higher oil content as well as oleoresin content. Suppose if we go to other metropolitan cities, they will ask only the ginger from the northeastern region. Due to this character, there is the higher oil content and oleoresin content. And likewise in turmeric also, as I discussed, explained earlier, the curcumin content is very high. And the turmeric of the northeastern region, so the turmeric available in other parts of the country, it cannot compete or it cannot compare with the turmeric of the northeastern region due to high curcumin content. And northeastern region contributes about 8.21% of the total production of the country. And this is area and the production of the turmeric in the northeastern hill region. And out of the 7 states, here I do not include the Assam. So I include only the 7 states of the northeastern region, hill states, and the Mizoram in area as well as production, it is highest. And regarding the chili, also it contributes 24.21% of the export value among spices from India, and the northeastern region contributes 2.18% of the total production. And production is high, very high in Nagaland, followed by Tripura and other states. And here actually, this is a brief background of the spices available in the northeastern region, as well as the organic farming of the spices. What our studies, that is, it is to focus on 3 spice crops, very important spice crops of the northeastern region. These commodities selected: ginger, turmeric, and chili. And results and the discussion here, you see the cost and the returns of ginger cultivation. The total cost of cultivation is high in organic adopters in Sikkim states, and what is compared to non-organic adopters, that is Meghalaya, Mizoram, and Arunachal Pradesh. But interestingly, the yield is high, that is about 5 metric ton per hectare. It is almost at par with other conventional states. And here, if we see the net farm income, it is highest in the Sikkim state. The reason is it will be shown in the next slide. When we compare the selling price of this ginger, the ginger produced organically in Sikkim, it cost 40 rupees per kg. Whereas in other, states, 3 states of the northeastern region, the selling price, it ranges from 19 rupees to 30 rupees. Since the farmers, they are getting the premium price, the net return is automatically high. So that is why the neighboring states, they also inclined to become the organic farmers. And this is the factor share analysis on productivity of ginger. And that is, one is organic adopter, another one is non-organic adopters. So here in both the organic as well as non-organic states, rhizome, that is the seed, actually it is giving a figure, that is significant figure for increasing the production and the productivity. So 46.17 in case of Sikkim, and it is also almost high in other states. Why? The explanation of this is, that is why for the farmers, ginger farmers, the high quality, the disease-free rhizome seeds, it should be available to the farmers so that the production and the productivity can be increased. Then the next factor is the total human labor. So it ranges from 42% to 50%. That is why the human labor, it is also very important factor here. But nowadays, actually, in order to reduce the drudgery reduction, the farm mechanization, to popularize the farm mechanization, particularly in the northeastern region, in hill agriculture, it is also the need of the hour. Then difference of yield and the return of ginger between organic and non-organic adopters. So Sikkim versus Mizoram, Sikkim versus Meghalaya, Sikkim versus Arunachal Pradesh. So when we compare, automatically, not only the yield, even the economic returns, it is higher in Sikkim, that the organic state. But actually, our findings, actually, it contradicts with earlier findings. With earlier findings, the statement is the yield is lower when we do organic farming. But in our finding, the yield is also higher in organic farming. The explanation of this is, at the initial stage of organic farming, since the Sikkim state, the farmers started organic farming since 2003. So at the initial stage, about 3 years up to 2006, 2007. So during the conversion period, the yield was reduced. Then after that, once it is stable, then due to organic farming, the soil fertility, it is enhanced. So there is no difference at present between the yield parameters in organic or non-organic. So that is why that is the explanation of our findings. And this is the mapping of value chain hectares of ginger in Meghalaya. So this is channel number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So in channel number 1, actually, from producers, it is coming to the retailers and the processors, retailers up to 61.46%. To the processors, only 3.35%. So that is why it indicates that, so there is the, what to say, we need significant improvement in processing. So if we do processing, at farmer's door, the profit taken by the retailers or middlemen, it will be back to the farmer. That is why the present strategy should be in the Northeastern region, the primary processing at the farmer's door. That is the need of the hour. And this is also in Mizoram, also almost the same. In the channel number 1, 53.72, it is coming to the retailer directly. And this is in Arunachal Pradesh. It is in second channel number 2, from producer, wholesalers, aggregators to retailers. Then it is in case of Sikkim. So here it is from producers to retailer, channel number 3 and 4. So value addition of ginger. So when we compare for all the states, net price of the farmers, then marketing margin, price spread, and the producer's share in consumers' rupees, it is highest in some Sikkim state, which is organic state, as compared to Meghalaya, Mizoram, and Arunachal Pradesh. And then this is the, what to say, table, factors influencing adoption of organic agriculture, particularly in ginger. So here, that is the farm experience, livestock assets, annual income, rhizome rate, total labor, yield, and the returns are the factors which influence the adoption of organic, what to say, ginger cultivation. And this is about the turmeric. It is also the same trend as in case of the ginger. Here also the Sikkim, that is the total cost of cultivation, even though it is high, net farm income is high, very high. It is highest since their produce, they are getting premium, the farmers, they are getting the premium priced. And the cost and the returns of turmeric production, here also, the total cost of production in Sikkim, that is 17.38, selling price, net return, and the net return is higher as compared to other conventional states. Then factor share analysis of turmeric. Here also, it is the same trend, seed, particularly the turmeric seed, then family labor, then the total human labor. So it plays a significant role. And the difference in yield and the returns of turmeric farm. So it is also, when we compare Sikkim with other states, automatically Sikkim, it is giving more economic return, and the yield is also almost high, since the production and the productivity in Sikkim state, it is already stable. Then mapping of value chains in turmeric, here also channel number 1, 2, 3, and here actually in case of Mizoram, the what to say channel, it comes to the retailer, through processors come wholesalers, and here in case of Meghalaya, also there are different channels. But here one interesting finding is instead of raw material, dry flake, what to say, turmeric, it is more preferred by the, what to say, traders here. And here in case of Manipur, so there is no dry flake, only the raw turmeric, it is coming directly from producers to village traders and ultimately to the consumers. And in case of Sikkim, also here the raw material and the powder turmeric here, and 47.56% is raw turmeric. And the value addition in raw turmeric, and here almost the same trend, net price of the farmers, then The consumer's price, producer shares, it is highest in Sikkim as compared to other 3 states. And the value addition of dry turmeric, it is practiced only in Mizoram and Meghalaya, not in Sikkim and Manipur. And here, value addition of powdered turmeric, and here also the same trend. And this is logistic results of factor influencing adoption of organic turmeric. And here, the land holding, age, education, farm experience, rhizome rate of farm assets, total labor returns, they are very much correlated with these are the factors influencing adoption of organic turmeric. So this is the last crop, that is the chili. And here also, total cost of cultivation, it is higher in Sikkim, but the net farm income, it is more here. And cost and the returns of chili production, total cost of production, selling price and the net return, it is highest in organic farmers, organic adopters of the Sikkim states. And the factor share analysis of chili, here the factor of production is these outputs, then labor, it plays a significant role. There's these significant factors for chili production and the productivity, and the difference in yield and the returns of chili. Here also Sikkim versus Mizoram and Sikkim versus Nagaland. So here Sikkim is always better. And mapping of value chain, so I will, because time, due to paucity of time, I will not report, that is explain much. This is mapping of value chain actors of chili in Mizoram. This is mapping of value chain actors of chili in Nagaland, Sikkim, then value addition of raw chili, then value addition of dry chili in Mizoram and Nagaland, value addition of powdered chili in Mizoram, value addition in achar, pickled chili. And this is the logistic results and factor influencing adoption of organic chili. It is also the same trend. The conclusion, the yield and economic returns of spices were high on the organic farm. Net price received by the producers was higher for organic adopter than non-adopters. While the raw from the turmeric is disposed of from the farm of organic, that is adopters Sikkim, is demand is very high. Chili was most disposed of in raw form with little value addition like drying in Nagaland and Sikkim, Mizoram, powdered in Mizoram, and achar pickle. Then producers' share in consumers' rupee was the lowest when processing or value addition was involved, as net margin was gained by processors more. Value addition was found to be highest when more number of actors involved in the chain. Assistance from government was the major determinant influencing the adoption of organic farming of ginger, while yield and the landholding size were the major determinants for the turmeric producers. And what are the policy implications? Organic cultivations of spices pays more economic returns. Therefore, the Sikkim model of organic cultivation must be replicated in all the state of the Northeastern Hill region, especially for spices and other crops in general. The spice producers have been observed in scattered form due to demographic feature of the region. Hence, the formation of Farmers Producers Organization in new version, as per Government of India guidelines, need to initiate to each of the state for marketing of inputs, outputs, and post-harvest management of the crops through establishing the value addition units of cluster level. Hence, through organic cultivation, production risk can be managed in major spices of Northeastern Hill states of the India. The findings of the study encouraging for vocal for local. So this is the slogan of the, vocal for local, especially in organic production by developing bio inputs and organic seed rhizomes of the crop, as well as involving youths in certification and the value addition in different agri-products. Further study found the organic production of spices for doubling the farmers' income, which is one of the slogans of present government. There is huge scope for post-harvest inventions, especially for turmeric ginger chili through introducing slicer, dryer, grinders, packers. This can be introduced at cluster level in all the states, and the state agriculture department, CAU Impal, Asia Research Center must come forward. So it is my, the appeal to all the policymakers, then farmers of the Northeastern region. Every time actually I talk only this, because now the agriculture policy, it has to be changed, and this only the production, it should be combined with the processing and the value addition. And without processing and the value addition, the doubling of the farmers' income, it is very difficult. And on one aspect, we are talking about the large mega food projects, and these large mega food projects, it is not giving any benefit to the poor farmers, resource poor farmers of the Northeastern region. Now the time has come, that is the primary processing units costing about 7 lakhs. It should be provided to the farmers, the ginger farmers, turmeric farmers, chili farmers in cluster of 25 to 30. It should be installed, and they can do primary processing. And these primary processors, and if the farmers, they produce the ginger, turmeric, and other spices, and they combined with processing, then ultimately, then the profit of the farmers, it will be double. Thank you very much for your passion here.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Prentis Singh. Indeed, it's very vocal. Professor Prentis Singh has demonstrated very holistic pictures of how we can how the farmers in the Northeast India's regions deliver values, and the Professor Prentis Singh talk about diversities of values. In terms of the value types, the crops types, so there are numerous crops types, and in terms of this value derived from productivity and yield, and also with respect to the supply chains and logistics, and professors make a lot of empirical analysis through all this input, process, and output, talking about discussing, bringing about the pictures of how the farmers, organic farmers, can deliver higher yield and productivities and economic returns with respect to the factors of production. And so that factor of productions relative for with respect to these three different types of crops are very systemic and very holistic. Not only covering the local resources and uniqueness of the local resources, such as the soil or the region's uniqueness, but also Professors Prentis Singh focus on this population's context, meaning that there are different farming experiences, years of experiences, there are different ages and different education, which also needs to be considered when professors was able to use whatever he has obtained empirically to convince and to deliver the vocal. So these contextual issues are very important. And this contextual is not only focusing on this, what we see is clearly is the resources and inputs, very unique to the farming systems in the Northeast India, but also the process of logistics and production, various types of value-adding productions and delivering different types of value addition, such as what I just, Professor has just said, product types, cost of production, yield, and economic return. But overall, professors incorporated opportunity and challenges very, very carefully so that the risk management is more holistic. And there are certainly many different challenges and many different challenges, such as the certifications and standardizations of this farming system. Professors has carefully reviewed them and share with us the machinery and all this issue, and also in terms of this opportunity again. Not only on this farming opportunity for the farmers, but also opportunity for exporting and for these governments and for the society, such as healthiness, and also with organic, it's more sustainable, not only in terms of the revenue, but also in terms of cost. What we've seen is that the costs are not really that high. Compared with the non-adopters, and the revenues, the price are very, very high. And at the same time, it's not destroying the soil, because what Professor has explained was that 2 years from 2003's implementation, the yield goes down, but then after the fertilizations of the soils or whatever issue, physical, chemical issues with, the development of the soil, and it increases and continuously, and that means that it is very, very sustainable ecologically as well as this productivity. And lastly, professors brought about the risk awareness in terms of the nutritional and the other aspect of this security, health security and nutritional security and things like that. So in me, this overall picture, it's a vocal for the local. So we are very, very thankful that Professor Prentice Singh delivered that vocal for local, which is a very important public services. And today, this 2 days conference is public services. And with this vocal for the local, meanings that we public services are putting up the right policy, continuously listen to the voices of the local and deliver and improve their livelihood domains from the sustainability domain, as well as this technological issue. Thank you. Thank you, professors.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear Chair Chin-ha. Thanks for making such a direct and observant concrete summarizing and representative perspective forward. And actually, it's time to go further for us. Let me tell you that it was a great honor. I'm absolutely ready to give applause to the Ukrainian representatives of today's conference. So I invite Dr. Irina Lazevna, PhD in Economics, Associate Professor of the Department of Public Administration, Kyiv National University of Trade and Economics, Ukraine. As you can see, we're all here together with our students ready to listen to you. Irina Lazevna, you're welcome.
Thank you very much, пані Юлія. Доброго дня. Hello, good afternoon. Вашій увазі представляється доповідач, який є асистентом кафедри публічного управління та адміністрування Київського національного торговельно-економічного університету Ірина Динник. Вона доктор PhD з Public Administration, і тема її доповіді сьогодні буде – це краудсорсингові технології в публічному адмініструванні. Взагалі тема досить цікава і важлива на сьогоднішній день, і для взагалі прийняття управлінських рішень в сфері публічного управління і публічного адміністрування важливо сполучення саме інноваційних, управлінських та інформаційних технологій. І це забезпечить реальну взаємодію громадянського суспільства з політичними та бізнес-структурами. І одним саме з таких актуальних інноваційних інструментів в сучасному житті розглядається краудсорсинг. І пані Ірина зараз нам більш детальніше розкаже, що ж собою являється краудсорсинг і як він може бути використаний в публічному адмініструванні. Пані Ірино, прошу.
Дякую, Irina Lazevna. I think that I will assist you a little bit for the translation. So right now we are going to listen to the report on the general topic crowdsourcing technologies in public administration. Irina Lazevna stressed that for the modern society and all the innovation processes that we have, of course, we can't go ahead without the crowdfunded technologies that are of a vital interest, especially in the sphere of public administration. We would like also to tell that our Professor Natalia Novikova is a scientific advisor towards these papers, that were developed together by Irina and our Natalia Novikova. And it is a great honor for me to present her, as well as I'll try to do my best to assist with translation. Irina, you're welcome.
Дякую, пані Юлія, дякую, пані Ірино. Доброго дня, шановні учасники конференції. Вашій увазі представляємо наше дослідження, яке спільно виконане з професором пані Наталією Новікою. Отже, я включаю презентацію. Тема нашого дослідження – технології краудсорсингу у публічному управлінні.
Crowdsourcing technologies in public administration. In a few minutes, we will see the slides shared with us.
За сучасних умов трансформаційних змін, які відбуваються у технологічній, комунікаційній та соціальних сферах суспільства, актуалізується конструктивний діалог між суб'єктами інформаційного суспільства, знаходяться ефективні способи соціокомунікаційної взаємодії. Особливої популярності серед інноваційних технологій набувають спеціальні інтерактивні краудсорсингові платформи. Технології краудсорсингу необхідно застосовувати не лише у бізнес-середовищі, а й в громадському секторі, як сучасний механізм прямої демократії.
Okay, thanks very much. Actually, under the modern condition of the transformational changes that we only see in modern societies, both in communication, social, and other spheres of life, crowdsourcing technologies and crowdsourcing platforms are of the vital importance, not only in the business environment, but also in the public sector, as well as in the sector of public administration.
Сорі, пані Юлія, ви мені не сказали, я ж не включила презентацію. Окей, зараз.
Да, зараз бачимо, все бачимо.
Зараз включаю. Окей. Наступний слайд. Краудсорсинг є мобілізацією людських ресурсів за допомогою інформаційних технологій з метою вирішення завдань, які виникають перед бізнесом, державою і суспільством. Тому можна говорити про окремі види краудсорсингу. Серед них відділяється бізнес-краудсорсинг, потім громадський або суспільний краудсорсинг та політичний. У цьому контексті більше уваги ми приділяємо громадському, тобто суспільному краудсорсингу, який спрямований на вирішення будь-якого спектра завдань, пов'язаних з суспільною діяльністю, взаєминами між людьми та доброчинністю. Впровадження технології краудсорсингу і краудпрактик дозволяє вирішувати важливі для населення та органів влади завдання, а саме, зараз ми їх перерахуємо. Пані Юлія.
Right now, okay, I'll translate the words that you have already presented to us, sir. As we already know, crowdsourcing is a kind of the mobilization of all the human resources with the help of modern informational technologies. Due to this, in modern world, when we speak about different kinds of crowdsourcers, there is a first one we should know about. We should speak about business crowdsourcing, as well as public crowdsourcing, as well as political crowdsourcing. But the key aspect of our report will be delivered to public crowdsourcing and different technologies and practices that help us to tackle vital and important questions both to public and to the state.
Отже, запровадження технології краудпрактик дозволяє вирішувати на даний час такі актуальні завдання, як залучення широких мас населення в процес прийняття управлінських рішень, залучення громадян до розробки та впровадження цікавих краудпроєктів, пошук креативних та талановитих груп та громадян, підвищення лояльності та довіри до органів публічної влади з боку громадян, організація гнучких та інноваційних, тобто сучасних комунікацій, та підвищення конкурентоспроможності територій, та це означає, що буде поліпшення якості життя всього населення. Пані Юлія.
Okay, so actually at this slide, we may see all the information set by Irina, and I would like to add only that all these technologies will influence not on the political, economical, public sector, but it will highly uplift the quality of all the life of all the citizens. Pani Irina.
Yes, thank you. The next. Органи публічної влади реалізують технології краудсорсингу за допомогою створення сучасних інтернет-майданчиків, де здійснюється діалог між громадянським суспільством та інститутами влади, використовуючи можливості громадянського суспільства, розширюючи форми та види участі громадян, залучаючи їх до управління та поліпшення якості життя населення. Громадяни, експертні групи і громадські організації здатні разом набагато ефективніше та оперативніше реагувати на різноманітні соціально-економічні виклики, які стоять перед сучасним суспільством, і продукувати саме нові підходи до вирішення проблем, ніж стара бюрократична система. В Україні слово краудсорсинг ще надто відоме, але менше з тим це не заважає реалізовувати нам справді цікаві та надзвичайно актуальні проекти спільними силами спільноти. Пані Юлія.
So this slide presents you the information on the public authorities implementation of crowdsourcing technologies. As well as during her speech, Irina stressed that in Ukraine the word crowdsourcing is not very well known. But however, we should pay great attention to this idea because it helps us to prevent a lot of problems and to implement really interesting projects.
Thank you. Отже, зупинимось на кожному з проєктів. Одним із таких проєктів є «Зробимо Україну чистою». Це громадська акція з прибирання своїх міст, яка відбувається зазвичай кожного року навесні. Будь-який небайдужий житель українського міста або села має зареєструватися на сайті акції, обрати точки для прибирання у своєму районі або навіть створити нову, зібравши команду волонтерів. Організатори проєкту забезпечують громадян та волонтерів всіми необхідними речами для прибирання. Це і рукавички, сміттєві мішки та так далі. У призначений день, зазвичай у середині квітня, десятки тисяч українців виходять на свої вулиці і подвір'я, щоб зробити їх чистішими. Пані Юлія.
Thanks very much. So Irina presents for us one of such crowdsourcing projects that is called Let's Make Ukraine Clean. As well as you can see, due to the information on the slide, any Ukrainian citizen, works from great cities or small town, or even villagers can volunteer and as the organizer of the event, with the help of which will make our country better and cleaner. So they are promoted with flowers and garbage bags, as well as all the necessary equipment. So as they go to the streets and make the streets of the countryside cleaner. That's one of the projects. Irina.
Наступний проект – це Smart City. Це комунікаційна веб-платформа для розвитку інноваційної екосистеми міст. Основне завдання платформи – це об'єднання представників громадськості, влади та бізнесу для забезпечення та розвитку процвітання населеного пункту. Платформа включає в себе інструменти розвитку єдиної цифрової карти міста, його позиціонування в навколишнє середовище та управління інвестиційним іміджем міста. Крім того, це перш за все інструмент економічного розвитку, який заснований на стимулюванні соціального підприємництва, залучення саме краудсорсингових проєктів, інструментів, генерації, впровадження саме ефективних та нових ідей для міста. Сутність концепції полягає в тому, що громадськість створює прямі запити до влади щодо вирішення тих чи інших питань щодо життя міста, які виникають проблеми саме в цьому місті. Системний алгоритм аналізує їх, об'єднує в кластери, а вже проєктні менеджери формують проєкти для вирішення питань і залучення сторін, після чого влада ранжує їх, тобто вибирає відповідно до соціальної значимості і залучає бізнес, який в свою чергу вже може інвестувати в даний проект свої кошти. Пані Юлія.
Thank you. So as well as you can see, it's a slides or one of the examples of such project is so-called smart city. Then the Irina stressed that these projects can be organized first with the beginning of public activities, and then these public activities may be supported by Ukrainian business that creates clusters and collaboration and cooperation. Пані Ірина, багато інформації на сайті, тому я швидко перекладаю, надаю слово далі.
Дякую. Отже, платформа Smart City, тобто розумне місто, побудована на основі публічності та прозорості. Це дає можливість мешканцям міста брати безпосередню участь в поліпшенні умов проживання саме в своєму населеному пункті, здійснювати контроль дій представників влади, а вже представникам бізнесу реалізовувати дані проекти, які вже мають попит, і генерувати прибуток за рахунок вирішення проблемних питань. Платформа «Розумне місто» містить собі цілий комплекс модулів, які запроваджуються для кожного міста індивідуально. На слайді ви бачите, я їх перерахувала. Це і відкритий бюджет, сервіси сайту iGo, електронні петиції, адміністративні послуги, проект Donor.ua та реєстр ліків. Також користується великою популярністю проекти, сам проект в розумному місті, де кожен громадянин може залишити скаргу, яка стосується житлово-комунального господарства, петиції та опитування, що користуються наразі в Україні надзвичайною актуальністю та популярністю. Для швидкого старту веб-сервісу в будь-якому місті потрібно небагато. Просто підписати меморандум, визначити відповідальних осіб та наповнити сторінку міста новинами, електронними петиціями. Головна новація даного проекту Smart City, що його реалізація є абсолютно безкоштовною. Показовим прикладом ми вирішили показати Немішавську громаду Київської області, яка запровадила один з найцікавіших проєктів розумного міста – Smart City. Витрат на електроенергію для освітлення селища в нічний час за рахунок автоматизації системи контролю освітлення і впровадження електронних проїзних квитків для пільгових категорій населення. Запорукою та успішності даного проєкту в Немішавській громаді стало саме залучення молоді до співпраці громади з органами публічної влади. Пані Юлія.
Sure. Actually, to speak about these platforms, Smart City, we would like to stress that one of the most important features of this platform is transparency, and every citizen of every town or city in Ukraine may have an access to this platform. This platform highlights the information due to existing tools that government users to rule this or the other area. It includes open budget, some of iGovernment services, it includes e-petitions, it includes administrative services as well. Moreover, one of the most illustrative ideas of the functioning of such a smart city is Nemyshaev community, which implemented the most interesting and the most striking ideas from the smart city project. So the general idea is that every citizen in Ukraine can participate in the governing of the area they live in. So they're not only living, they're doing something for their communities.
Thank you. Наступним проєктом ми хочемо відмітити, що в 2019 році був запущений веб-сайт ліфт, так званий соціальний ліфт, який дасть змогу людям із новими ідеями з перетворення України в різних сферах прийти саме в політику і реалізувати свої нові ідеї в управлінні країною. Мета цієї програми – об'єднати кваліфікованих фахівців для здійснення позитивних зрушень і розвитку України. Наступним проєктом є проект «Спільнокошт». Це українська платформа для збирання коштів. Завдяки «Спільнокошту» десятки проєктів вже зібрали гроші на новий бізнес, екологічні та громадські акції, роботу ЗМІ, організацію фестивалів та різноманітних мистецьких заходів та ярмарків. Пані Юлія.
As well as you can see on the next slides, one of the areas of projects that is connected with our activity is so-called LIFT program, or social elevator program. That is a program that was launched with the idea to help people to come into politics and implement their ideas in governing the country. Project number 4 that we are proud to present to you is called Common Course Projects in Ukrainian 5 writing platforms. So it's a platform that helps us to collect the money from the oral from citizens, and after that to implement the sums or the budgets we have for our most striking projects. Irina.
Наступним проектом є проект «Стоп терор», який, по суті, є сайтом, де будь-який громадянин України може залишити інформацію про терористів та їх пересування. Ця інформація перевіряється детально та насилається в силові структурні органи України. Це перша в Україні краудсорсингова онлайн-платформа, на базі якої з часом можна створити повноцінну платформу системи агрегації та менеджменту інформації не для звичайних або кризових ситуацій. Я б хотіла зауважити, що такі платформи створені в міжнародних країнах, а саме в Японії, такі також створені міжнародні такі краудсорсингові платформи для попередження надзвичайних ситуацій. Наступними проектом є Укряма для контролю якості наших доріг та ресурс онлайн-петицій для безкоштовного розміщення громадських петицій для свідомої громадськості та інформаційно-пропагандистської діяльності. Пані Юлія.
Well, as well as you can see here in the next slide, project number 5 and project number 6. As a Stop Terror project number 5 and description of this project is before your eyes, here I also would like to stress that such projects are very popular in other European and other world, well-known countries and great economies. We could easily say that in Japan, Stop Terror project is also very, very popular. Project number 6 is called Укряма in Ukrainian, but it helps us to control the state and quality of Ukrainian roads. Because for our country, it may change from time to time. Irina?
Отже, нині краудсорсинг розвивається надзвичайно швидкими темпами, що дозволяє вирішувати різноаспектні проблеми та завдання, які стоять перед державою та суспільством в епоху глобальних викликів. Можна узагальнити переваги, які дає краудсорсинг. Це охоплення великої кількості зацікавлених сторін, залучення користувачів, отримання великої кількості варіантів, саме вирішення певної проблеми та досягнення цілі. Також більшість громад в Україні є дотаційними. Відповідно, багато проблем, які органи місцевого самоврядування повинні вирішувати відповідно до чинного законодавства, відкладаються на потім. А краудсорсинг отримують безкоштовну допомогу в реалізації цього проєкту. Тому залучення нефахівців до вирішення проблем місцевого значення може допомогти у пошуку саме вирішення оригінального рішення, а також фіксовані терміни. Більшість краудсорсингових проєктів мають жорстко обумовлені терміни, що дозволяє учасникам не відтягувати вирішення проблем, які постали. Отже, застосування краудсорсингу в публічному управлінні, як правило, здійснюється за допомогою соціальних мереж або діалогових інтернет-майданчиків. Така взаємодія дозволяє органам влади залучати до участі громадян з метою прийняття певних управлінських рішень через надання можливості оцінювати і обговорювати пропозиції владних органів, висловлювати власні думки та пропозиції з того чи іншого питання, що безпосередньо стосується самого населення країни, регіону чи міста. Щиро дякую вам за увагу.
Дякую, пані Ірина. Можна повернутися до previous slide?
Так.
As well as you can see on that slide, it really illustrates the importance of crowdsourcers in the modern developing countries, and especially the importance of such crowdsourcing activities in Ukraine. It really helps the officials, and it really helps the citizens to implement their ideas of developing their regions. Thanks to the attention. If you have any questions, Irina will be glad to give an answer to them. As well as I can see no questions, so that's why
Можна запитання, так? Стосовно крауд.
Yes, of course. You maybe have a question from.
Я хочу, Ірина, вас запитати. Скажіть, будь ласка, чи визначали ви мінуси краудстафінгу, якщо ми говоримо про публічне управління? Тому що в бізнесі вони є.
Дякую, шановна пані Галино, за ваше запитання. Я в даному дослідженні ми не досліджували, але я можу сказати, коли я раніше це піднімалось питання, бо я піднімала це питання в своєму дисертаційному дослідженні, мінусами є те, що у публічному управлінні не всі, можливо, будуть відповідально відноситися, тому що якщо це вже ви це винесли питання на онлайн-платформі, його потрібно вже завершити. Але, на жаль, не всі мають такі можливості довести свою справу до кінця. Це ж буде залежати особисто від людини. А також, якщо ми збираємо кошти, наприклад, ми в нашому дослідженні зазначали проект «Спільно кошт», то дуже багато шахраїв зараз є, і це не визначено на державному рівні механізм саме, щоб фінансово були захищені ці краудфандингові платформи.
Тобто проєкт, ідея може бути хорошою, а хтось буває і потім її буде реалізувати, незрозуміло і можуть виникати такого роду ризики. А як їх мінімізувати інструментами публічного управління?
Я думаю, можливо, потрібно на державному рівні прийняти механізм, розробити закон, а можливо, навіть інституцію створити. Це процес для подальших наукових досліджень цікавих було б для майбутньої молоді талановитої.
Дуже дякую. Напевно, контролюючий орган коштів у нас не буде на створення такого зараз контролюючого органу, тому, напевно, важко буде реалізувати. Дякую дуже.
Вам дякую за ґрунтовне запитання.
Thanks very much, Professor Kyiv-PMASSB. Thanks very much, Irina Binek, for the answers. We have a small discussion as per advantages and disadvantages and risks of crowdfunding in Ukraine. Maybe we should implement some of the legislation features to protect the citizens and publicity from the risk connected with crowdfunding. Anyway, it seems to me that it is a time for us to go further and continue our conference. And it is a great honor for me to give a word to our Professor Nina Poidonosek. It seems to me that I shouldn't say any words to present her again and again, because she's with us every time, the second day ahead. So, Nina, you're welcome.
Thank you very much for your word. Let me present our Professor Kalyan Kumar. Actually, I must say that the main aims and objective of Professor speak about his strong background and impressive considerable experience. Namely, he stated that he committed to growth and quality of university academic planning, development, and administration as professor in electronic engineering, vice versa long years of experience of teaching, administration, research and consultancy, international linkages, industry and curriculum development, activities for colleges of engineering, nursing, pharmacy, education, arts and science, law, business management, skill development, and vocational studies. It's a really great background. It's a really wide scale of directions that our professor really engaged in. Professor Kalyan Kumar has a really impressive scientific, teaching, administrative, and research experience. Professor started his education from Penchi University, where obtained Bachelor Science degree in electronic engineering, power engineering. Master degree has been taken in the University of Saskatchewan in electronic engineering. and PhD in electronical engineering, mine power system modeling, simulation, and reliability studies in Indian School of Mines, Denver, in association with University of Saskatchewan. Currently, Professor obtains position of President at Sunrise University. Before he was the President of National Industrial Corporation. Also, a portfolio of positions of our professor includes Director and Founder, Vice Chancellor, Northeastern Regional Institute of Science and Technology, deemed to be university under the Ministry of Human Resource Development, Government of India. Ex-Vice Chancellor, Vinakaya Missions, Sikkim University, India. Ex-Chairman of Board of Governors, Central Institute of Technology under the Ministry of Human Resource Development, Government of India. Also, Optimum Structural Design Consultant at Institute of Engineering and Technology, established by Ministry of Human Resource Development, Government of India. Also, I must say that Professor Kalyan Kumar has really rich experience in scientific activities as well. He participated in 6 big sponsored projects. He has 32 papers in referred international journals, 34 in national journals, lot of papers published in conference, seminars, proceedings, more than 20 conducting seminars, symposiums, workshops, short courses. And today, the respective professor is delivering a speech with title Grassroots Level Education for Sustainable Development. Dear Professor Kumar, the word is yours, please.
Thank you, Professor Nina. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my privilege and a great opportunity to share some of my experiences. And as Professor Nina rightly said, education is a very vast field, and when education has to be enriched, because we are all from academic fraternity, we have to look forward to research and industry on one hand, and on the other hand, our end objectivity is community development. There is no doubt about this. So whenever we say higher educational institutions role to be defined, then we look into 3 pillars. One is teaching learning process, another one is research and industry, and yet another one is community-based development activities. So the topic today for me is grassroots level education for sustainable development. This topic may sound little different, but nevertheless, let me tell you, my thrust in my discussion today would be focused on India's economic development in next 10 to 20 years. I have got several opportunities to interact with the government agencies on various Government of India forums, and therefore, you know, I have presented text in a very, very crisp manner so that it is better to make it clear rather than to have too many things and then there is time shortage to discuss. Grassroots level unemployability in India is a terrific question today. Even when we see at pre-pandemic condition, grassroots level unemployment, you say, was something like 28%. People having below poverty line, the same figure, 28%. And after pandemic, now this figure has gone up. And more surprisingly, even the below poverty line people we find in the urban areas as well. So now my whole focus in today's discussion would be towards how best we bring certain activities at the grassroots level so that India can sustain with the development. Now, there was a time when traditional employment used to be given based on essential qualification and experience. But now with the trend in developments, especially technological developments, we find that there are requirements of specific skills. We don't believe in formal qualification. We believe in now some specific skills, and therefore all over the world skill training is going on in a very, very challenging way. And every now and then when the technology is changing, new job roles are coming in. New occupational standards are assigned by a country. Then to meet all these challenges, what is going to be the curriculum? In the formal sector of education, we have seen curriculum is very, very exhaustive, and it has basically three components: fundamentals, then applications, and something which lead to research. But here in skill-based education, we are primarily focusing on three aspects. Knowledge-based component is there. Knowledge has to be there. So knowledge-based component confined to the job role only. Then we have skills. Skill sets are necessary to get the job done satisfactorily. And later on, we have added competencies. So skill-based competencies are also desired because there are national occupational standards, and these standards normally match with the global standards. So unless a skilled workforce is meeting all such requirements, he is not going to be accepted even within a country or outside country.
Yes, Professor, your presentation doesn't running, maybe.
Yeah, can I?
Yeah, please request the IT team to change the slide.
Yeah, so in the
as per your request, you will change the slide.
Okay, yeah. Let me start with traditionally candidates were hired based on their educational qualification and work experience, I said. But the rapid technological development has reduced the need for formal education. Hiring don't weigh too much to college degree, but to skills. Next one, please. Nevertheless, soft skills like creativity, adaptability, problem solving,
Some technical problems.
We are unable to listen.
Yeah. Maybe we connect.
IT cell, kindly see our Dr. Kalyan Kumar, can you listen to us? Can you hear us? There is some problem at your end.
Yes, from our side, we also
can simply deliver the lecture without making use of the PowerPoint presentation.
Will tackle the problems.
I think, yes, he can continue his speaking.
Sir, you may ring him. Please ring him, because I think due to poor network connectivity. Okay, sir.
Okay,
please make a call. Please make a call to Professor Kalyan.
Okay, let me see.
We shall wait until the problem will be solved.
Hello.
Dr. Pankaj, can we go ahead with next presentation?
No, sir, Professor Kalyan Kumar ji has just joined.
There was a power failure actually, so Wi-Fi was disconnected. Anyway, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Please, sir.
Sure. So
Please continue.
in India, in the formal sector, job prospect is only 7% against 93% in non-formal sector. This is why grassroots level employment prospect we are looking forward to in a much bigger way in the next decade or so. Interestingly, in India, labor refers to employment in the economy of India. This is a new definition given by Government of India regarding the labor. So labor is the key factor. In 2020, we had in our country 501 million workers, out of which agricultural sector had 41.19%, industry only 26.18%, and service sector had 32.33%. So there is focus on agriculture. Now, India's growth story is related to development of its rural areas and demand of quality workforce to shape up the economy. We have 70% of the total population which live in our rural India. If they are motivated and if they are given some skill training, then they can take up challenging jobs and the economy of India will really change. Now, the background status I have highlighted. Pre-COVID estimated poor in India was 28% of population. Post-COVID figures estimated at above 30%. Post-COVID estimated poor includes millions in urban areas who have slipped below the poverty line. This is an alarming situation. And as a result of this, what we see that Indian metro cities or big towns are not able to accommodate, villagers for giving employment, because in those areas, their own people have been unemployed because of the COVID-19. Therefore, now the rural development has to be envisaged in a different way. And the role of public administration, government authorities, government agencies and departments have now been significantly important. Skill education in India has come under higher education institutions as well, with the name National Skill Qualification Framework. And we hope this is the key to success and this will lead to improve our economy. Educational infrastructure at the grassroots level to be brought at par with the urban areas. Why the rural people shift to urban areas? Because of the education. But formal education of late has become so expensive that affordability is a big question mark. In the situation, skill-based education and training will be a good replacement to formal education, and also it will have support in the unorganized sector for gainful employment. Next. National Skill Qualification Framework has been identified with levels 1 to 5. 1 to 5 we have in this slide, 6 to 10 in the next slide. Level 1 is equivalent to standard 9th. Level 2 equivalency is standard 10th, that is secondary, 9th and 10th. Then level 3 and 4 for higher secondary. Level 5, 1-year program known as diploma, that is undergraduate first year. Then level 6, undergraduate second year, known as advanced diploma. And level 7 is undergraduate third year, that is graduation. So 3-year graduation we have identified under levels 5, 6, 7. Now, bachelor's degree, that means university association is a must. College has to be affiliated or it has to be a full-fledged university. Now, PG programs we have identified under 2 levels, 8 and 9. First year is PG1, PG diploma. Second year is PG2, that is master's degree. And the doctoral program, that is PhD program, is level 10. This is how we have formalized. And in the National Education Policy 2020, we have seen that even from standard 6th in schools, skill training will be introduced in one way or other. It is a must that from 6th standard onward, skill training be imparted in the formal schools. That means formal and non-formal will be clubbed. Depending on the interest, what the candidate show, he or she will be directed towards formal or non-formal segment of education. And it is hoped that skill training in the grassroots level, village level schools will find popularity, and more trained manpower we will be able to generate. With the quality workforce generated, it is hoped that not only we employ them in India, but we also supply them abroad as per the need and demand of the job role. So need-based and location-specific skill training is the need of the hour, and that is why grassroots level education will focus on both. Now, so in the policy implementation, NSQF policy or NEP 2020 policy, we have certain hardship in implementation. I have been in several committees, state level committees as well as central committees, where we discuss all the challenges. There is a long list of challenges, but some of them what are very important and what needs to be discussed over here would be, number 1, mobilization challenges. There are people in the villages who are not bothered about the education at all. They don't know what is the significance of education. Forget about higher education, even primary level education seems to be a burden. So if that be so, minimum qualification is also a question, then how we select trainees, a big challenge. So we have to mobilize our people, grassroots level people, and we have to identify their strength. Then only we can decide which line they may be taken forward to for skill training. Let's say if somebody is unskilled, he or she doesn't have any skill, then in the construction sector, there may be some positions available. Say, for example, masons, electrician, carpenter. There are so many sectors in our country. 36 sectors we have identified under Government of India, under sector skill councils, and selecting a trainee for a particular sector, for a particular job role is a very challenging situation. So selection of trainee. Then these trainees will have to be given training. Now, who will give training? So before trainers are identified, we have to also modify, the training needs as per the local needs, and training of trainers is also a must. If we are talking about northeastern hilly estate, situation may be quite different from the northern India or southern India. So trainers will have to be trained first, and then trainers will come to know what are the requirements of the local communities, so that proper training may be imparted, including language, including skills, everything. And there is a big, program for training of trainers. It is quite organized now. Then course curricula. Course curricula here will be the job role, mason's job role. What tools masons are supposed to use? What tools electricians are supposed to use? Now, all these things will be, decided beforehand, before training is imparted, either to trainers and then subsequently to trainees. Then qualification pack. Qualification pack, in fact, is a detailed, description of what are the items to be taken up under a job role, and how the confidence building measures will be imparted to the trainees. Now, one good thing has come: financial assistance to trainees by several states have been thought of very seriously, and a student's credit card loan, either from a state agency or from banks, etc., are being managed, and it will have direct impact. Now, selection of trainees, very, very important, as I said, and more so, we have to also think about what are the attributes we look forward to skilled workers. As I said earlier, there is a knowledge component. So 40% emphasis is given to theoretical knowledge component, a state of the art of the job role or qualification pack, and then skills, competencies, applications, etc., will be given weightage 60%. And we are going on with this at the moment, and it has been working quite all right. Now, attributes of skilled worker continued. Knowledge provides basic awareness of the job role, as I said. Skills refer to the expertise one acquires to successfully perform a task or job. Competencies enable effective use of skills on how successfully the job is done. So these are the parameters, and then having qualified in all these parameters, a trained workforce is certified by Sector Skill Council. So training of trainers will be Sector Skill Council certified trainers. Long years of industry experience is also one of the requirements. Trainers will be equipped with tools and plants as training aids, that is necessary. Industry connection is a must for post-training placement. Then train trainers to impart skill training. This is the restriction. Only trained trainers will be given the task of training of trainers or trainees. Knowledge component. Knowledge component is 40%. So we have training provider, just like institute or academy, we have training providers to introduce domain knowledge. Domain may be construction sector, maybe health and hygiene. There are many other sectors as well. To provide on-job training is also the responsibility of training provider. So good workshop, good labs, etc., training providers should have, so that on-job training is a quality-based training. Then for hands-on practice, trainees are taken to industry, and sometimes industry internship is also being arranged. Next one, please. Sector Skill Council is coming in a big way to motivate and to face all those problems associated with training provider, and the key role assigned are skill training and then assessment of skills. Skill training will be arranged by Sector Skill Council. So-called experts are there. And then assessment of skills will also be a very exhaustive process. And then successful completion of skill training and then assessment, a candidate will be certified with competencies and a certificate will be given. Next one, please. National occupational standards. National occupational standards do specify performance standards an individual must achieve. Indian National Occupational Standard match with the global standards. So our trained manpower now have no barrier why they cannot be looking forward to overseas employment. And many of the trained trainees are now getting job all across world. Next one. Yeah, one more thrust area has been defined, that is recruiting agency. Now, recruiting agency's key role is for overseas placement. I am also associated in this affair, and to me, the key role will have to project industry demand, that is job vacancy. Without job vacancy, we cannot do anything. Then job role shortlisting has to be done. Depending on the industry job vacancy, we identify job role, and then we'll look at the various aspects of job role, and to match with those job roles, we have to bring our trained manpower to finishing school, maybe for language related training, for language proficiency of that country, or maybe for giving better finishing to technical skills as required in the job roles of that industry. Then arranging interview in presence with the industry expert or industry HR, and then everything settled. So appointment letter issued, that is work permit will also be arranged. Then visa, passport, all these things, licensing, etc. will be done. And as approved, recruiting agency of Government of India, the company will also owe the responsibility to see that those who are selected by industry abroad may try to settle our Indian trained manpower in a comfortable way, so that there is no complaint, no grievances, and a kind of certification we have to release to Government of India, especially to Ministry of External Affairs, so that their monitoring is complete and they are also comfortable. In the conclusion, I must say India's major population, if trained for gainful employment, our economy is bound to grow. That we have witnessed also, but due to pandemic, there is a dull situation, but it is a temporary one, I suppose. To motivate rural population, public administration strategy demands for people's participation. I'm thankful to the previous speaker, as he mentioned that people participation in public administration affairs, or the role of people in public administration affairs, should be very, very significant. So here, the same thing I am talking in terms of people's participation, and people's participation along with state level authorities and agencies. Very important. Next one. NGOs are assigned TP, that is training provider role, as well as recruiting agency role. Higher educational institutions also working for National Skill Mission, so-called NSQF programs. India's National Education Policy 2020 envisages skill training even for school students, say standard 6 onwards. So these are some of the things I thought I should highlight within the time limits, and subject is very vast as such, and any association from any corner of the world to this mission is gladly acceptable from my side, and I shall definitely take any proposals to whatever ministry or government departments in India we look forward to sign memorandum of understanding between our side and the other side to see that global economy also develops. So this is all for the talk today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, dear Professor Dr. Kalyan Kumar.
Very good, very interesting.
On behalf of the chairman, I would like to ask our participants whether you have some questions or comments to this report, please.
Well, okay, so question.
Yes.
Okay, it was very interesting presentation, and I have one question. Now the digital economy is growing rapidly. And what is the level of digital skills of Indian youth? And maybe you give us some positive example of use artificial intelligence in your educational system.
Yeah. Should I respond to your query? A very interesting question. In fact, I wanted to explain few points yesterday, but because of time shortage, I didn't open this box. This chapter remained unanswered. I'm glad that you have raised it. See, an era has come in the formal education. We will have a robot in place of a teacher in front of a board, whiteboard, blackboard, whatever you say. And the robot will be guided by the intelligent Internet of Things, IIoT, intelligent Internet of Things. Artificial intelligence will also be inbuilt, and robot arms will be utilized in, in the operation of the commands, whatever the queries, whatever the topic, the audience wishes to listen to. All these things are now becoming possible, and we have witnessed all such things. So there is going to be a terrific change in educational pattern. When I talk about rural sector, rural India, now we don't have robot, we don't have, Internet of Things or intelligent Internet of Things backed up with artificial intelligence and so on and so forth. So what we have been doing, in fact, I was consultant to the government of Bhutan in one project. What we did, there is an industrial plant. I was asked to, judge the reliability of the SCADA, Supervisory Control and Data Acquisition System, which was controlling everything of a hazardous industry. Now, so what we did, earlier they had been using ERP, but now what I suggested, why don't we have a mobile app replacing ERP and making very handy the control of the entire plant dynamics? And we have done it. Similarly, to the grassroots level people, say for example, farmers, when there is a paddy time, when the farmers are working on the field, they would like to know, say for example, pH value of soil, then moisture content of the soil, then temperature, etc., etc. There are a lot many things. We have stalwart agricultural scientists over here, not one, more than one. So that is not my subject, but I'm just suggesting. So the farmers would like to know all these parameters. And when they are given such details, they will also know what is the kind of crop the paddy field should allow for better yield. So with the help of mobile app, all these things have been made possible. And India, with the confident background of IT sector, IT tools, moving very fast in this direction. So this is all I would like to say. If I'm left with anything, please let me know. Thank you.
Thank you.
Very well explained.
Yeah, maybe any questions and comments from our participants else?
Sure.
Okay. Thank you, Professor Galina Tetneyska, for your question as well, and for such a discussion that you raised today. Yes, thank you very much, Professor Kalyan Kumar, for your report. Actually, this topic is extremely relevant nowadays, because we know that teaching and learning processes are changing due to dynamic world and due to COVID-19 extremely affected these processes in all countries, actually. And you really raised such problems that we can see in every country, in every educational processes. It was very interesting to see and to know about India, about specific particularities of India, these organization processes in rural areas, and how can you manage these problems, and how do you try to resolve these problems in these different areas? Actually, we are talking about skill training. We are talking about training of trainees. It's a very relevant question, and actually I know the British Council used to organize different programs and courses for different teachers, even who teach students for whom English is a second language, not native language. So we are trying to develop ourselves as teachers as well. And yesterday, actually, we heard a talk about learning through experiences from our Australian colleague. And it's about what we are talking about, the digitalization, about that robots can learn, students can give them some knowledges, but seems to me that in these processes maybe we lose just social communication between students and teachers. It's a very valuable aspect that we may to take into consideration. So thank you very much for your report. It was very valuable and very interesting for us, for Ukraine as well, because we are in a common position in these circumstances. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Very much, Nina. Thanks very much, Professor Kumar. I would like to add that really the problem for distance learning and lack of socialization due to the COVID-19's reality is of a vital importance for both of us in the world. We live in different cities of Ukraine with Nina, but I think that like being involved in higher education system with worse can feel the lack of disadvantages of such processes. Let's believe that our today's meeting and the ideas we discussed with you today will help us to find the solution, to find the way out. Because sooner or later, COVID times will pass away, and we will happily come back to our usual reality. And we may face with the other problems, like back socialization. Firstly, lack of socialization, and then back socialization. It's like back to society again. I could stress that we suffer from these problems too, while having offline learning, not online right now at our university. And I have a great honor to give a word to Dr. Irina Lazebna. She is not coming to our conference. Again, Kyiv National University or Trade and Economics. Department of Public Administration. Dr. Irina Lazevna, please, if you're with us. See you. Ira, the word is yours.
Thank you. Так, до слова. Пані Юлія, допоможете перевести? Так, до слова запрошується доктор Гіна Алкоріза, програм Chairperson Tourism Management, University of Santo Tomas Legazpi, Філіппіни. Для представлення доповіді на Круша Константина Крістіана.
Well, actually, Irina, you didn't need translation. You were doing very well, sir. Our next participant is from Philippines, and I believe that very soon he will be with us as well.
Professor Yulia.
Yes.
Dr. Gina will join as per the schedule time.
In some time.
Yeah, she will join at 4 o'clock. I think at 3 p.m. She will join at 3 p.m. So whoever will be the speaker that moment, she will chair. So you may proceed. You may proceed with the chairperson, Professor Dr. Irina, and the respective speaker. Or if any issue be there, so you may ask Dr. Devika to take the lead for the Professor P.K. Shrivastava's. Professor Nina. Dr. Gina will join at 3 p.m.
Maybe Arsene Navasat is ready to join us. Try to do our best, and according to the programs that I have, I would like to present the next participant, Arsene Navasat, the personal team effectiveness coach facilitator, but I'm not sure whether
Пані Юлія, там зміни відбулися. Попросили Круша на 13:00.
Буде о 4:00. Зараз хто? Ірин, can you represent first next? Можете представити, хто наступний?
Ірина Васильівна, презентуйте, хто наступний.
Наступного попросили представити Круша Константина Крістіана, Head of Regional.
Буде з нами пізніше, Ірина, о 4:00 сказали, о 2:00 або о 4:00, ну не зараз.
О 3:00, пані Юлія. Круш о 3:00.
Пані Юлія, відбулися зміни.
Круш Костянтин Крістіан Олександрович.
Пані Юлія, відбулися зміни, я вам відправляла їх в Телеграм, подивіться, будь ласка.
Пан Круш на 13:00.
Прошу подивитися зміни.
Шановні колеги, прохання представити пана Круша. Хто може представити? Представте, будь ласка, для наших. Або я озвучу інформацію, яку я отримала.
Пан Круш, він тут є у нас?
Колеги, доброго дня, я на зв'язку, я вас чудово чую і можу себе представити.
Ну, по правилам, пане Круш,
добре, я чекаю.
Хтось вас представив. Пані Наталі, я тоді озвучу, щоб заминки в нас не було, добре? Dear colleagues, let me introduce our next speaker, Konstantin Christian Krush. He is the head of Regional Development Project Division, Укргазвидобування Нафтогаз. He is actively involved in deepening the understanding of social responsible business in Ukraine. Please, the more details, Konstantin, I would like to introduce yourself a little bit more details about yourself, okay?
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Good afternoon, dear organizers. Thank you for such wonderful chance to take part in your event. And I would like to share my screen, or probably you have my presentation. Okay.
Yes, okay.
Colleagues, my name is Konstantin Christian Krush. I'm head of Regional Development Project Division in joint stock company of Укргазвидобування. And my topic is responsible business as a key factor for sustainable development. And let's start. Next slide. From the very beginning, I would like to say that creating condition for a sustainable development of an industrial enterprise is an extremely ambitious goal, especially in case of modern condition. The low level of the institutional environment and the reform of certain sectors of the Ukrainian economy increase the importance of interaction between business, community, and government. Next slide. To assess the sustainable development condition of the enterprise, in practice, widely used several tools. The first one is the level of tax payment.
Dr. Bist.
As an
Hello.
Yep.
Yeah, you may continue, please.
As an example, joint stock company Укргазвидобування have paid 4.5 billion of rent tax to a local budgets and 84.6 billion to the state budget as a result of its activity in 2018 till 2021. And moreover, in addition to rent tax, Укргазвидобування also pays personal income tax, environmental tax, real estate tax, and land tax. Okay. The next assess tool is number of jobs. The third one is salary level and social security. And the last but not least, investment in social projects. For an example, during 2020-2021, Укргазвидобування have implemented more than 200 projects of regional development in 12 regions of Ukraine. I think it's a lot. The projects were implemented in the terms of sustainable development goals. Some of them we may see on this slide. In terms of sustainable goal number 3, good health and well-being, medical equipment was purchased and first course aid were conducted, as you may see on these pictures. Within the sustainable development goal number 4, quality education, play school furniture was purchased, themed school classrooms were arranged, and a creative space was created. Within the sustainable development goal number 11, sustainable cities and communities, the central square of Kotelva village were reconstructed. Fire safety courses were held, a boxing ring was purchased, sports and children grounds were installed. Next, I would like to note some of the sustainable development outlooks. The first one is, sustainable development ensures future business conduct, hence is an integral part of the company's strategy. Commercial success in long-term run is possible only with social responsibility, only. The transparency
no
of
changes, your turn will come after Professor P.K. Srivastava.
Dear Professor.
The transparency of the oil and gas industry.
No, that the professor is delivering. After that, Professor P.K. Srivastava.
I'm sorry, Konstantin, please. Dear Professor Pankaj, please, could you mute your phone?
No, that is 3:30 p.m. to 3:50 p.m.
Just a moment, please.
Okay,
4:30 to 4 p.m. 4:30 to 4.
Good, sir, your mic is on.
10-15 minutes maybe. Plus minus.
Pankaj, sir, your mic is on.
So I think it will take.
Pankaj, sir, your mic is on.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Okay, the next outlook. The transparency of oil and gas industry is useful to both business and communities. Companies have to inform about level and kind of paid taxes. As we may see from the next slide, joint stock company Ukrsvdobuvania tax payments is approximately 50% specific part of total local budget of Martinivka and Belohivska community. Okay. The third outlook is, it is important to invest the rent taxes in the long-term projects. As a result, they will ensure profit and benefit for many years to come. Please find on the slide top 5 Ukrsvdobuvania rent tax recipients. For example, Donetsk community, Stenchanska community, Starovirivska community, Kolometska, and Martinivsky community. This is our top 5 rent tax recipients. Next slide. Business success is determined not only by the level of profitability, but also by the creation of an additional value for society, contribution to national development, and the impact of the living standards. The example of Ukrsvdobuvania is illustrative, demonstrating the active stand of socially responsible local communities partner. The company attracts external stakeholders to implement regional development projects and integrates the sustainable principle into its own business strategy. Moreover, it is important to have a transparent collegial mechanism for the quality implementation of regional development projects, especially for state-owned companies with the wide geography of its activity. For an example, joint stock company Ukrsvdobuvania has a collegial decision-making body which called the Corporate Social Responsibility Committee. The committee determines the company development strategy. And in addition, Ukrsvdobuvania has also the standard of corporate social responsibility that defines the clear algorithms for regional development project financing. And colleagues, finally, I would like to mention that successful activity of social responsible business is a key factor of entire region well-being in Ukraine. Thank you so much. Probably any questions?
Yes, please, dear colleagues, maybe some questions or comments to our presenter. Okay.
I think it's I think that sustainable development is very important problems for all of us. And I want to ask Konstantin, how much has the number of your company's projects aimed at achieving sustainable development goals changed over the years? Maybe you show us number of such projects before COVID crisis and after.
Honestly, colleagues, in 2020 we have engaged approximately 65 projects, and during this year the numbers of projects sharply increased due to our new types of project, grants project. In this regard, the numbers of projects in 2021 is approximately 170. So there is a correlation, unfortunately, between COVID and not COVID situation.
Thank you.
Also, Mr. Konstantin, I would like to add also as a continuation to Professor Galina Koknetska as well, I would like to ask you about when we are talking about sustainable development, we usually talk about 3 aspects: people, economics, and ecology as well. Maybe which exactly ecological projects or ideas you really realized by your company, and how do you work in this direction?
Honestly, we are working with ecological projects. We have numbers of such projects in our community where we're producing natural gas. There are some projects of recycling, of buying more efficient heating plants and others. Also, this year we have very interesting project, greening of the planet. We took part of the global initiative with our partners, and we will greening our community of our production activity.
Okay.
The geography of this project is really wide. Approximately 20 local communities. It's around 300,000 people.
Have you got ecological management at your company?
Colleagues, ecological management, it's not my responsibility, unfortunately. There is a relevant unit for this.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. You are very precise and a really representative of a business structure. Thank you very much. Actually, your presentation is very also relevant nowadays because it is a part of public management as well, and it's about cooperation between the state and business entities. So we have to talk about sustainable development. Many problems can be solved just in this really tight cooperation. So those indicators that you mentioned are very important. Level of tax payments as well, number of jobs, salary level, investment in social projects. They are very important for developing those territory and the whole state. So social responsibility mechanism as well. So thank you very much for your presentation, and thank you for ideas that you shared and the projects and ideas that are realizing within your company. Thank you very much.
And can I ask one more question, Konstantin?
Yes, of course.
Do you have in your company a sustainable development strategy to the company?
We have a sustainable development standard or standard of corporate social responsibility, which is also defined the strategy of implementing of social responsible projects. And
projects or goals?
Or both, yeah, absolutely correct. Moreover, we have a body, which I mentioned, Corporate Social Responsibility Committee, which is also determines the the sustainability development strategy.
Thank you.
Thank you too.
Are you satisfied with the answer, Professor Budin?
Yes.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you.
In advance, I will recall, thank you for such wonderful occasion.
Okay. Welcome to our next meetings and our next events in the future. Thank you very much. Dr. Yulia, please continue the session. Dr. Yulia?
Dr. Devika Agarwal will moderate. Dr. Devika.
A very good afternoon and good evening to everyone. Now I will introduce our new speaker and the chair. Our next speaker is Professor P.K. Srivastava, sir. He is the founder president of FAI and the former dean of College of Agricultural Engineering and Post-Harvest Technology in Central Agricultural University, Gangtok, and Faculty of Agricultural Sciences in Aligarh Muslim University, India. His title of the presentation is Education for Sustainable Development, Highlights of Indian Agricultural Education Policy. And to chair this session, I would like to invite Dr. Yulia Drozdova from the Department of Foreign Philology and Translation, Kyiv National University of Trade and Economics, Ukraine. So I invite Dr. Yulia to introduce the speaker, Professor P.K. Srivastava, sir. I hope Dr. Yulia is with us.
I'm sorry for some technical problems that we have right now. Change the camera. And thank you very much, Devika, for giving a word to me. I'll try to do my best right now to present our next participator. And it seems to me that our next participator doesn't need any words to be presented to. As well, I'm sorry, as I know, according to my program, right now, I should present Professor Srivastava. Am I right?
Yeah.
Yes. So, Professor Srivastava, the person who is with us during the 2 days, professor who works at the roots, at the fundamentals of creating our organization, professor who symbolizes the voiceness of people.
Professor P.K. Srivastava.
P.K. Srivastava.
Not Professor Pankaj Srivastava.
Sorry, Professor P.K. Srivastava. Am I right? Yes. Yeah, maybe the sound is because we changed the cameras. Really would like to present the professor in some unusual way, not official, but the way that goes from our heart. It's the first time that we meet so close with Indian people. It's the first time that we faced with the traditions, with the approaches to dealing with science, to dealing with the world, to dealing with all the issues that we have. And I should stress that first, that we think about professor, its achievements in scientific sphere. And of course, we all do know the achievements of P.K. Srivastava in this sphere. But I would like to say that there are another achievements that are more important than achievements in science, as achievements in creating bridges between people. Real science is for maybe the main idea of a science, of a real science, is to make the humanity better, to join the humanity, to join all the people. And with such an attempt, with such conferences, we have 10 countries together, at least we should. We may have different technical issues, but we are trying to do our best. So I should say the great words of thanks to honorable professor that we are here together, it seems to me today. So it's due to you. And you're welcome. Say your words of wisdom with your presentations to us.
Thank you, Professor Julia. May I request Dr. Devika or somebody from the IT cell to handle the slides?
Sir, I do not have your presentation.
Saurabh is looking after.
Saurabh. Okay, that slide has come. All right. So the Honorable Chairperson, Dr. Julia, the learned participants from different parts of the world, and the galaxy of top people in FAI present. I will be talking, as mentioned, the slide is showing education for sustainable development, especially with reference to agricultural education policies. Kindly change the next slide. The 4 keywords which I'm touching here and on which discussion was just going on, the sustainable development. So sustainable development is defined, I'm trying to mention here, socio-economic development along with the environmental protection, are meeting the needs of people for the health, food, nutrition, housing, education, and eradication of the poverty in a clean, safe, and healthy environment. Next, please. We can also define sustainable development that it should provide a life of dignity to all. These are the words by late Dr. Pranab Mukherjee, the former president of India, to whom we used to call the education president of the Republic of India. Next page. Education. I'm with agriculture, so I'm using the word agriculture here, but education in general. Agriculture for survival and livelihood is a need. Modern agricultural education is the seed, and agri-based sustainable economy is the fruit. These are my own thoughts. I have tried to connect it here. Now, I will touch something which shows that India carries a history of ideas, philosophy, industry, crafts, innovation, and experiences. in this connection. Now, starting with the system, education system, in the Vedic period, about 3,000 years or more earlier, the Gurukuls were the residential education center at the teacher's place, Guru home, that is called ashram. Interestingly, the education was provided under the joint supervision of both the Guru, the teacher, and Guru Mata, his wife. It's a very interesting aspect. Second part was that education was done through verbal instruction, orally speaking, and learned through shruti. That means listening. Kindly keep in mind, please sort of change the next slide. So the two words, verbal and listening, these were the two words. Now, coming to the latter part, about 300 years before Christ, the great Ashoka, name is very popular, he established 14 universities, including in Nalanda, Takshila, Vikramshila, and so on. And Nalanda is supposed to be the world's first residential university. Keep in mind. Next, please. Now, our education system depends on certain philosophy. The first word I am using is Saptarishi. Sapt means seven, Rishi means sages. The seven sages of India from whom the Indian knowledge started. These are the seven sages of the present cycle of creative flux known as the Vivastva Manvantra. The seven sages are, for those who have interest in Indian mythology, Vasisht, Kashyap, Jamdagni, Gautam, Bharadwaj, Vishwamitra, and Atri. These are the seven sages who are the earlier teachers. Now, these represent a primordial cosmic consortium of ancient Vedic India, Vedic period knowledge. They are the forerunners of the all Indian knowledge system. To name a few, the genesis of cosmology, astral and positional astronomy was forwarded by the lineage of Maharshi Bhrigu and Maharshi Vasisht, the two sages, and Shakti Parashar afterwards. Next, please. It is also the foundation of the mathematics and geometry that originated in ancient India. Health services, commonly known as Ayurveda, goes to the Maharshi Bharadwaj, another sage. Earth, terrestrial and built environmental sciences, that is Vasu and Vastu Vidya, belongs to Maharshi Vasisht and other associated sages. Next, please. So, these seven sages were the origin of knowledge in India. Now, what is the opinion? It is something which I have later added in my presentation. I will be less focusing on agriculture, education, but here, what is the opinion about Indian knowledge? Knowledge, because knowledge is shared in the education. So first is the Indian traditions followed since ancient times, the Vedanta and Sankhya. Sankhya means mathematics. Number hold the key to the lodge of mind and thought process, which are correlated to the quantum field, that is the operation and distribution of atomic particles and molecular levels. Who? The Bian, David. Next, please. Another one. To the philosophers of India, however, relativity is no new discovery, just as the concept of light years is no matter for astonishment to the people used to be thinking of time in millions of kalps. Kalps means 4,30,000, I may say this much number of years, said by William Watts, the British philosopher, during 1951. Next one, Sanskrit. The language which was expressed in India, Sanskrit for natural language processing. India was the mother of our race, and Sanskrit is the mother of Europe's languages. She was the mother of our philosophy, mother through the Arabs of much of our mathematics, mother through the Buddha of the ideals embodied in Christianity, mother through the village community, yesterday Dr. Bist mentioned, of the community of the self-government and democracy. Mother India is in many ways the mother of all of us. Will Durant, world historian. Next, please. Mathematics and geometry in our language, Bijganit and geometry. We owe a lot to Indians who taught us how to count, without which worthwhile scientific discovery could have not been made by Albert Einstein, Nobel laureate. Next, please. These are about Indian knowledge. Economics, Arthashastra. India is the cradle of the human race, the birthplace of human speech, the mother of history, the grandmother of legend, the great-grandmother of tradition. Our most valuable and most constructive materials in the history of man are treasured up in India only by Mark Twain, American historist. Next, please. Economics, continue it. Origin in Manu Smriti, Vedic period, and later to Kautilya, the Chanakya, to whom we know as Chanakya, the teacher of Chandragupta Maurya, who established 14 universities, 300, Ashoka, his grandson, established 14 universities 300 years before Christ. Next, please. The chemical sciences, Rasayan Shastra. Many of the advances in the sciences that we consider today to have been made in Europe were in fact made in India centuries ago by James Grant Duff, the Scottish soldier and historian. With due respect to friends from Europe, knowledge, you are fortunate to inherit such knowledge. I envy you. While Greece is the country of my birth, India is the country of my soul, by Queen Frederica. Next, please. Next. A millennium before, Europeans were willing to divest themselves of their ideas. The world was a few thousand years old. The mans were thinking of millions and Indians billions. The statement, quote, Carl Sagan, American astronomer. Another one, when ancient Indian calculation of the present age of the earth and the expanding universe could make Professor Holmes so astonished. The precision with which Indian calculations regarding the age of the entire universe was made would please move little outwards. My slide is not showing full. Next, please. Environmental sciences. If there is one place on the face of this earth where all the dreams of living men have found a home, from the very earliest stage when men began the dreams of existence, is India. Roman Roland, Nobel laureate. Next, please. Aesthetics and architectural sciences. These are the different disciplines. It is already becoming clearer that a chapter which has a Western beginning will have to have an Indian ending if it is not to end in the self-destruction of the human. Next, please. Can you hear me? Because my light has gone.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You're
audible, sir.
All right, audible. All right. Classical arts. The ancient artist has deep feeling of being himself an integrated part of cosmos and participating in all its categories and elements, a feeling acquired by innumerable generations in unaccounted centuries of meditative experience by Alice Borner, Swiss art historian. Next, please. Systems of social and ecological ethics, logics and law on this topic. Whatever sphere of human mind you may select for your special study, whether it be language or religion or mythology or philosophy, whether it be law or customs, primitive art or primitive science, everywhere you have to go to India, whether you like it or not, because some of the most valuable and most instructive materials in the history of men are treasured up in India, and in India only, by Max Muller, the German philosopher. Surgery. The surgery of the ancient Indian physician was bold and skillful. A special branch of surgery was dedicated to the rhinoplasty, or operations for improving deformed ears, noses, and forming new ones, which European surgeons have now borrowed. William Hunter, the Scottish astronomist. Next, please. India was China's teacher in religion and imaginative literature, and the world's teacher in trigonometry, quadratic equations, grammar, phonetics, Arabian Nights, animal tables, chess, as well as in philosophy by Lin, Chinese writer. Next, please. Portuguese, Dutch, and English have been a long time, year after year, shipping home the treasures of India in their big vessels. We Germans have all along been left to watch it. Germany would do likewise, but hers would be the treasures of spiritual knowledge by Heinrich Heine, German writer. Period is shown here. Next, please. Yeah. Our education system, why so many statements I have read? Because in our education system, there was a focus on universal human values, what we call universal human education. This was the key theme of Indian education. This education delivered in ancient India a word, a sentence, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, means word is a family, unique concept. This concept enables us to lead a happy life in harmony, in continuity, regardless of education, religion, caste, creed, gender, race, etc. It also teaches us the value-based life with ethics, integrity, and attitude. This is what is sustainability. Next, please. Now, new education policy, Dr. Kalyan Kumarji touched it. It was 2020, last year, an education system that contributes to an equitable and vibrant knowledge society by providing high quality education to all. This is the focus. Next, please. Saurabh. Development of deep sense of respect towards the fundamental rights, duties, and constitutional values, bonding with one's country, and a conscious awareness of one's role and responsibilities in changing world. That's our new education policy. Next, please. Continued. Instill what it focuses. Instill skills, values, and dispositions that supports responsible commitment to human rights, sustainable development, and living, global well-being, thereby reflecting a truly global citizen. Next, please. Where it focuses on multidisciplinary core knowledge-based practical skill acquisition, highlighted, very rightly highlighted by Dr. Kalyan Kumarji, skill acquisition and application, research and incubation, multi-entry and multi-exit opportunities, and vocational education with internship. That's where NEP focuses. Next, please. Saurabh, next. What are the key principles? Respect for diversity and local context in all curriculum, pedagogy, and policy. Equity and inclusion as the cornerstone of all educational decisions. Community participation, engagement, and facilitation for philanthropic, private, and community participation. Next, please. Now, last part, agriculture. As I mentioned, is the seed. Agriculture is the key contributor to sustainable and resilient growth. In corona period has shown a positive growth, GDP. Next, please. Higher agriculture education must have enough windows to allow fresh air to breathe in. It must be capable of dealing and meeting emerging challenges with potentially difficult environmental conditions. Next, please. Again, going back to ancient India, the Vedic period, agriculture knowledge was available in and described 3,700 years before Christ in Rig Veda, Artha Veda, 3,000 years, Ramayana and Mahabharata, 3,000 to 2,000 years BC, Buddha literature, 700 years BC, Krishi Prashar, 400 years BC, and Amar Singh's Kosh and Patanjali's Mahabharata, Tamil, etc., before the birth of Christ. This is the knowledge which was available in India. It is well documented. Next, please. Now, in the present context, including the last 2 years, the COVID, our higher education, agricultural education should open new frontiers of knowledge, pool, and generate achievable targets with limited resources, with a force to reckon with. It should generate the desired new knowledge on a changing time scale. Very important. Next, please. Our agricultural education policy, what we call first, of course, there were earlier also, 20 last year. The agricultural education to be introduced at middle school level. It aims at bringing academic credit banks and degree programs with multi-entry, multi-exit alternatives to universities focused on agricultural sciences and research. Next, please. There is a Dean's Committee. Being a Dean for almost 20 years, I have been involved a number of times in the agricultural education. What were the issues? Unemployment and poor employability of agricultural graduates, fast dwindling natural resources and effects of climate change, lack of educated skill, entrepreneurship and experiential learning, as highlighted by Dr. Kalyan Kumarji. Next, please. Gender issues, very important. Poor governance and widening disconnect amongst education, research and extension. Isolation from international exposure and lack of evaluation, accountability and incentives. These were, next please. These were some of the issues which are were before the Dean's committee. Next, Saurabh ji, next please. Now, we have a 4 years undergraduate program. Dr. Kalyan Kumarji mentioned 3 years. In agriculture, it's 4 years. The first year goes with the basic and fundamental courses. Second year on the principles. Third year on the production systems. And fourth year complete dedicated to skill and entrepreneurship development. Next, please. What are the subjects? I'm just trying to highlight agriculture, agricultural engineering, horticulture, fisheries, sericulture, community sciences, food technology, dairy technology, biotechnology, forestry, veterinary and animal sciences, agricultural marketing, business and cooperation, and human nutrition. Next, please. These are the subjects in which agricultural degree programs are offered. Next. Yeah. a very important issue in our agricultural education policy in India is known as student ready program. It's common in each discipline I mentioned earlier. Now, what is the meaning of ready? This is rural and entrepreneurship awareness development yojana. Yojana is the English word is plan. So ready means this one. Objective is ensuring and assuring employability and developing entrepreneurship for emerging knowledge intensive agriculture. Next, please. There are 5 components of a student ready program. Experiential learning for 24 weeks to develop competence, capacity, capability, skill, confidence, and expertise with vision of producing job providers, not the job seekers. This component helps in developing analytical and entrepreneurial skill and expertise in enterprise management. Next, please. Second component is RA, what we call RAWE, Rural Agricultural Work Experience, helping students in undergoing the rural situations, status of agricultural techniques being used, prioritize the farmer's problem along with the development of a skill and attitude of working with farm families. The students have to learn it. Next, in-plant training. Again, practical component. This is for 10 weeks to enrich students with practical knowledge and industrial exposure, to familiarize the students with industrial environment, materials, machines, process, products, and their application, and to help students in employability. Next, please. Next. Fourth is for 24 weeks, hands-on training and skill development training. The objective is providing the students the opportunities for practicing the skills which they have learned, prepare a student ready to pursue the learned skills as their career, and this hands-on training provides opportunities to the students to take advantage of one-to-one training between the students and training. Next, please. Next. The student projects for 10 weeks. This is on different aspects in their discipline to impart analytical skills and capability to work independently, to conceptualize, design, and implement the proposed work plan, to learn leadership qualities, work as a team player, problem-solving technique, methods of implementation, fabrication, testing, troubleshooting, report writing skills, and so on. Next, please. Saurabhji, next. There are certain courses which are common to all disciplines. I mentioned about 12 or 13 different disciplines. So these are the courses which are common. Every student has to learn. Environmental studies and disaster management related with our sustainability issue, communication skill and personality development, information and communication technology. Next, please. Entrepreneurship development and business management, agricultural informatics, economics and marketing. Next, please. What is our system? There are 74 universities, agricultural universities in India, deemed to be university under ICR system, Indian Council of Agriculture Research. Central Agriculture University, our Dr. Premjit Singh is the former Vice Chancellor of India's first Central Agriculture University in Impal. I had opportunity of being associated with him. Central universities with agricultural faculties. I had another opportunity as a dean of being dean of agricultural faculty of another central university, that is Aligarh Muslim University. The state agriculture university, every state has a university deemed to be university which are recognized by Government of India. Next, please. The nodal agency for responsible for higher agriculture education in India is the ICR. The Agricultural Education Division of ICR undertakes planning, development, coordination, and quality assistance in higher agricultural education. The nodal agency provides financial assistance to agricultural universities for strengthening and development of higher agricultural education in India. Next, please. Incidentally, let me tell you, our President Dr. Bist has been earlier working as Assistant Director General at national level of this nodal agency of ICR on education. What is the roadmap for higher agricultural education? Enhance knowledge and human resource capital, gender neutral, of course. Usher in sustainable agriculture. Prepare for meeting challenges ahead. Effectively utilize science, technology, and innovation. Next, please. Strengthen international collaboration and cooperation in scientific and technological progress. One of the objectives of our FAI. Provide direction to policymakers and planners to ensure quality investment in agriculture. This is one other issue. Next, please. What we target, bio-based and knowledge-based green economy. This emphasizes on advancement in molecular biology, bio-based energy, cleaner environment, leading to eco-friendly economy, sustainable and climate-smart agriculture, preservation of biodiversity, stopping and reversal of environmental degradation, and enhancing resilience to climate change. Next, please. In our policy, there's one very important step. Focus is on Center for Advanced Faculty Training. This is providing discipline-oriented advanced training in emerging areas and retaining of faculties and scientists to enhance their capabilities in use of educational innovation. Next, please. And this is also devoted to facilitate advanced specialized training to all, each faculty members once in 5 years. This is the target of this center and in our education policy. Next, please. Focused effort for human resource development in areas like educational technologies and their application, technology-based teaching learning, ICT and multimedia, experiential learning and group learning, communication and presentation skill, developing winning research proposals. Next, please. Structural training also important, quality assurance in education, the content development for distant education, evaluation of students' learning, andragogy for self-employment and entrepreneurial skills, curriculum design and development, etc. Next, please. What is the action? What are the actions in my view, which I have been analyzing? Improving governance of our agricultural education system, enhancing investment in higher agriculture education, along with vocational education and training and community learning. Next, please. Promoting PPP, that is public-private partnership in agricultural education, and linking agricultural education with soft skills of human behavior, leadership, conscious building, communication, problem solving, attitude, etc. Next, please. Improving capacity in human resources, infrastructure and connectivity with the communities, very important issue. Robust monitoring and evaluation system, empowering women in agricultural education and attracting youth to agricultural vocation. Next, please. Well, friends, I will like to conclude with 2 slides. For transformation of agricultural through enhancing the symmetries and synergies, a strong agricultural education is must. Our agricultural education system must produce human resource which is capable to address the complex demands put on it for sustainable development. Next, please. The national educational policies of any country should facilitate the higher educational institution in possessing the necessary resources, autonomy, governance, and commitment, couched in the desired political will to meet the challenges. This is what recommendation of the National Academy of Agricultural Sciences. Thank you very much. I have tried to cover many issues. Especially, I am proud to be an Indian and proud to share the background of India in education, for which so many statements are there available. We can have a seminar on itself on these topics. India has knowledge. India continues to gain the knowledge, and India is willing every time to share the knowledge. Thank you very much. Thanks to everybody. Thanks to the chair also.
Thanks a lot, Honorable Professor P.K. Srivastava, sir, for enlightening us about the glorified Indian education system, starting from the Vedic era where Gurukul, which helped some groundbreaking research and intrinsic learning systems to flourish, to the modern practical-based and vocational learning systems integrated in the National Education Policy 2020. Now I invite our Honorable Chair, Dr. Yulia Drozdova, to present her views about the session. Dr. Yulia?
Yes, I'm here with you just to say a few words about Professor's report. I can't stand alone. While presenting, I said that we will listen to the words of wisdom, and we were listening to the ideas about sustainable development. I think that we all should remember that any development is impossible without our history, without remembering our roots. And in this very report, we heard a lot of words about ancient and true wisdom of Indian culture and Indian education. It seems to me that in each sphere, India was 2 steps faster than all the other countries. And I'm proud of you that you, with all these ideas, try to implement them in a modern education. When we heard the word on the agricultural education, I was really impressed by the idea of combination of ancient knowledge, ancient culture, and the more modern approaches towards developing the person, the personality, the professional, which will be under the great demand not only in India's labor market, but I think all over the world. So thanks very much for such a great report.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you. Thank you very much for kind words. Thanks to everybody.
Can I ask the question?
Yeah,
Thank
please.
you very much for so interesting presentation. And I have one question. Maybe, in your opinion, what are the main problems and risks of facing agricultural education in India or other countries?
Thank you for this question. In fact, I don't find it's only such a diversified subject, and India is such a big country, and agriculture was neglected. In Vedic period, in historical period, it was well developed, but during last 1000 years of dominance by Mughals and others, British, agriculture in India was neglected. And now we are starting again. During last 50-60 years, a lot of work has been done, and that is why, Professor Julia, you have not listened to my other presentations earlier. I have mentioned in India there were more than about 12 a dozen of revolutions in agriculture because of the agricultural education. In our agriculture education, everything is properly justified, as I have highlighted in the student ready program. So at present, only creating interest of the students in agriculture is an issue. Otherwise, technology wise, knowledge wise, we are not lacking. Thank you. I hope, because I cannot identify any such problem except the lack of interest. But this COVID had generated. I was working with a university during the COVID period last year. For 1 year, I have observed lot of queries and lot of students migrating to agriculture, and a lot of questions they were focusing that what is the importance of agriculture in COVID period. And as I mentioned, this is the only sector which showed in India a positive growth. So a lot of people have taken interest, and our agricultural education policies are very well clear. Of course, changes are every time made. Thank you very much.
Thank you for very much for your answer. I think that road map how to improve the agriculture education will be very useful in Ukraine too. Thank you.
Good. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, but I will request one thing. Gender issue, kindly keep this simple. excuse me, I am not aware, but yes, gender issue must be very important in agriculture also to be addressed in education policy in Ukraine. Thank you.
Thanks very much for the discussion as well. Thank you, Professor Galina Datninskaya. Thank you, Professor Shrivastava, for the great answers. And it seems to me that it's time to go further and to represent our next participant. I'll be open with you. I do not know exactly who is our next participant. I mean, according due to the technical details. I'll try to present Arsen Navasat, but firstly, would like to know is he with us or not? Can somebody assist me? Maybe you see him in the list.
Yeah, it's Dr. Veronica. The next participant is
Okay. Thanks. So I've got the last update in. Sorry, really, we are working in online regime, really. So it's a great honor for me to represent Veronika Valkovinskaya, PhD in philosophy, head of a customer support and analytics department semester, GK Liga, engaged in media research for business and government. Veronica, you're welcome.
Good afternoon. I'm glad to welcome everyone.
Dr. Devika, please take the lead.
Before starting off with the speaker session, I would also like to invite the chair, Professor S. Raji Reddy. He is the professor in Department of Mathematics and Humanities, Mahatma Gandhi Institute of Technology, Gandhipat, Hyderabad, India. Welcome, Professor S. Raji Reddy, as a chair. So, Dr. Veronica, your title is Use of Media Monitoring Systems in Managing the Reputation of State Law Enforcement Agencies of Ukraine, and we would eagerly like to listen to you. But before that, we would request Professor Reddy to introduce the speaker.
Thank you, Dr. Devika. Good evening, everyone. And it's my pleasure to introduce the speaker, Dr. Veronika Volkovinska, CTR and PhD in philosophy. Presently, she is head of customer support and analytics department from GK Liga, Government of Ukraine. And she is engaged in media research for business and government. And now I welcome you, Dr. Veronika. Please give your talk.
Thank you. I'm glad to welcome everyone present, and let me share my screen for my presentation. And today I'm going to talk about the necessity of reputation improving by law enforcement agencies of Ukraine, and about the ways how business can help to do it. The activities of law enforcement agencies, in addition to performing their immediate tasks, also involves the formation of a positive public opinion about their activities. Reputation. And the main thing, trust is a key success factor in the sphere of protecting the citizens' rights and maintaining law and order in society. The trust and the positive professional reputation of law enforcement agencies directly affects the quantity of citizens' appeals to certain structures. It also often determines the level of crime in general. In May 2021, the Rosenkopf Center's Sociological Service, together with the Ilko Kucherev Democratic Initiatives Foundation, conducted a nationwide survey on trust in the law enforcement system during the pandemic. The balance of trust of all law enforcement agencies remains negative in Ukraine. Since July 2020, a balance of trust towards the national police and the security service of Ukraine has deteriorated from -25% to -31% for both. The best positive dynamics of trust distrust is observed in case of the National Anti-Corruption Bureau. The balance improved from -59% to -49%. Here on the graph, we can see the National Anti-Corruption Bureau of Ukraine. Its level of trust remains negative, but the number of people with a positive attitude to the structure still is less the number of people with a negative level of trust. But the proportion have changed in a positive way. It is necessary to use various channels to improve public trust to a particular state body. One of such channels is the media. It is a powerful tool for shaping public opinion, as well as monitoring how this opinion has developed at the moment. The main sources of news for Ukraine remain social networks and television, and the gap between them has widened. The trust in national media has fallen. In the same time, the trust in regional media has risen. This is evidenced by the results of USAID and interviews survey the population attitudes to the media and the consumption of different types of media conducted in 2020. Despite the level of trust in the media, it is still much higher than in law enforcement. In addition, even if you take into account the declining level of different media channels using to receive news, we can see that media as itself do not retreat. The vast majority of Ukrainians use several types of media to receive news. 62% of population use social networks to receive news, 52% use television, and 48 news sites. The traditional channels using such as radio and the press is declining more. It is quite natural situation because of the accessibility of internet. 90% of all Ukrainians are covered by it, and among the younger age group, it is 100%. Among other tools, media monitoring systems are used to manage reputation. And next, I will talk in more detail about one of them, Semantrum, and how it is used by the National Anti-Corruption Bureau. So what can a media monitoring system do? It provides 24/7 monitoring of mentions and audit of reputations in the media, web sources, social networks, with detailed analytics, visualization, and tracking dynamic according to your personal metrics. For the source, it can be online media, offline media, social media, and messengers. For the analytics, it can be the number of mentions and audio's coverage of the content, dynamics and comparison with competitors, initiators of communications. We can search of direct speech in the publications. Type of sources, topics, geography, and influence. Positive and negative publications, thematic segmentations, and much more. How users use the system? Users often timely identify and respond to negative and reputational risks. They can accumulate structured data and analytics on their own brand and competitors over the years. They can find information drivers for media activity. They can conduct competitive analysis and market research. How National Anti-Corruption Bureau can use the media monitoring system? It can monitor the mentions of itself and speakers of this bureau in various types of media. It can monitor the tone of mentions, the level of influence coverage. It can compare itself with other related bodies. It can monitor the level of coverage of corruption cases in general in the media. And the National Anti-Corruption Bureau can also monitor the level of control of the information field. How many publications are initiated by this body itself and what weight they have. It can determine the general thematic distributions of mentions and determine the rating of cases dealt with Bureau according to the level of representation in the media. An extremely important component of monitoring is working with the reputational component of mentions. This is a painstaking work of a semantic analyst. When from the whole mass of publication, it is necessary to single out those parts of the text where Bureau is mentioned and evaluated according to the important reputational characteristics for them. Such as independence, professionalism, efficiency, etc. Each mention of a reputational characteristic is evaluated in terms of tone, whether in a positive context it is written, for example, about Bureau's professionalism, or in a negative one. As a result, such an analysis allows us to access the ratio of positive and negative assessments, analyze the dynamics of it, and so on. To visualize the results of this work, we use interactive reports created on Sematron data using Power BI. In this way, we set up a personal set of graphs and slices for the client, with which you can interact, apply filters, export, etc. Media monitoring systems can offer a wide range of capabilities in the fields of tracking organizations, brands, persons, and error in different types of media, and in analyzing these references by various characteristics, from basic tonality definition to complex metrics, reputation drivers, and KPIs. By tracking those publications and that have the greatest impact on the formations of the reputation of law enforcement, its press service can focus its efforts on working with public opinion most effectively. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Dr. Veronica. And you nicely explained the Ukraine approved police actions and national policy of Ukraine, security services, internal affairs of Ukraine, national investigations, and National Anti-Corruption Bureau of Ukraine, and how social media is tracking the crimes and all those things. You are nicely explained from 2015 to 2020. Listen to radio, how many percentage of people are listening to radio, reading the newspapers, and media monitoring systems, etc. Thank you very much. Any questions, please?
Yes, sir. One question. So, Dr. Veronica, this media analytics parts that you have shared, do you handle this media analytics part? Media analytics, as you shared in one slide, do you handle it?
Yes, it's particularly our work of our system and our analytics.
What kind of analytics you use? Means a certain kind of software. Which software you utilize for this analysis?
It is software that was created in Ukraine. Is it
Ziffy software? Is it Ziffy for the statistical data analysis? Ziffy software?
No, it's it is software of our company Semantrum. We developed it ourselves. It is our system, and we worked with it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Veronica.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Dr. Veronica. Now I would like to request Professor Reddy to speak a few words about the session.
See, the Veronica is she's nicely explained the policies of Ukraine and how the social media and is tracking the corruptions and all those things. And these the few words I want to say. Thank you, Devika.
Thank you so much, sir. In fact, Dr. Veronica, you actually drew a lot of attention towards the law enforcing agencies and the trust building systems in the community. And more importantly, the role of media on trust building exercises, which are being adopted by the law enforcement agencies. And I myself personally is very much interested in this. So I would like to connect with you on a personal note. But before that,
Dr. Devika,
Yes.
I think Dr. Veronica must include in her presentation regarding the media analytics. This is a very interesting part.
Very true, sir.
Because a lot of advertising promotions, either it is a Facebook content raised analytics or Twitter content analytics. So analytics is now a very hot cake. It's a hot cake domain. So the analytics part based on data, actually Veronica covered in single one slide with a focus on only National Intelligence Bureau to track each and everyone's monitor on the basis of the choice, whatever they like on the Facebook pages or whatever they like on the Twitter or on Viber or Aries, whatever may be. So I think that should be elaborated in her slide. Okay, anyway, it's a nice presentation. Thank you. Okay, please.
Very true, sir. And especially, sir, sentiment analysis is one thing she can elaborate on. Which is most important in media management, especially in the law enforcement agencies are concerned. So on this note, I would like to request any of the questions if popping up in the minds of any of the participants here. The session is open for questions.
Please go ahead with Amrita.
Okay. Right. Our next moderator is Dr. A. Amutha. If she's here, I would like to invite Dr. A. Amutha to moderate the next session. Is she with us?
She's here. Let me call. She's, I think she's here. Let me call. She's
yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm here. So thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much. A pleasant evening to all. This is Dr. A. Amutha, Assistant Professor, Department of Mathematics, the American College, Madurai, Tamil Nadu, India. Commit your work to the Lord, and then your plans will succeed. By the word of God, let me start my task. It's my immense pleasure to take charge as moderator in this prestigious conference. Now I invite Dr. Chengboon Liet Alex as a chairperson of this session. It is my great pleasure to introduce Dr. Chengboon Liet Alex. He is a chairperson for IT Advisory Committee and Associate Professor, Department of Marketing Management, Sunway University Business School, Jalan University, Bandar Sunway, Malaysia. Sir, I request you to introduce our beloved resource person, Professor Choi Ching Tan, Foreign Secretary.
Thanks very much. Thanks very much. Let me take the opportunity now to introduce the next presenter, Prof. Tan Prof. Tan is a senior faculty of management at Raja Mangala University of Technology, Ratanakosin, Thailand. Okay, Dr. Tan is a professional engineer from IEOS, okay, and also ISO 9001 QMS lead auditor. Not only that, okay, he is a good engineer, he is also a very good educator in the area of business administration. Now, other than his experience, study in the USA, in University of Wisconsin in the area under the U.S. Naval Research Project Scholarship, focusing on submarine propulsion system and also combustion research. He also managed to publish, widely in those very high and reputable journals, including those Q1 journals such as International Journal of Heat and also Mass Transfer, Combustion, and also Flame. Now, from engineering, Dr. Tan transfer his experience, his knowledge in another area in business admin. Then Dr. Tan added his doctorate in business admin from Southern Cross University, Australia, at the time when he was managing a publicly listed company in Thailand. Now I do not know how he made time to complete his study. Because as the vice president for about 10 years or more than 10 years, he not only has to take care of the company's strategy, he also managed the entire factory's operations, human resources management, IT engineering, and also ISO management system. As a multi-talented educator, engineer, Dr. Tan specializing in the discipline of strategic management, consumer behavior, brand management, ethics, tourism, and hospitality in wide ranges of application fields, and such as supply chain and logistics, productions and operations, services, educations, and also community development. Dr. Tan's, no doubt he's very busy. He's also taking most of his time actively in research and publication. He's probably published, in those Q1 to Q4 journals. Other than that, he also involved himself in sharing his experience as editor-in-chief, for some journals such as Journal of Social Science and Humanity, an International Journal of Multidisciplinary in Management and Tourism. Now, his publication and research experience has won some recognitions, especially he won the Emirate Best Paper Award in Buddhist related conceptual application in management, consumer behavior, and brand management. Also keynotes for many international conferences, supervised more than 100 postgraduate theses, served as external examiner for PhD thesis, and also published numerous textbooks in domains of tourism management strategy and corporate social responsibility. To fully reintroduce the next presenter, Prof. Tan, I think I need to take like more than an hour. However, I have tried my best to sum up what I know about him. I would like to invite Prof. Tan, my best friend, in education, to start his presentation. Now, Prof. Tan, friends, you have 20 minutes, Here you are. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Professor Spont, for your introductions, and thank you everyone for giving me the opportunity to share my presentation today. As you know, that my specializations is in strategic management and in the past in engineering, but I was very in gratitude to these international conferences and Kyiv University of Trades and Economies, and also this FAI Academy of India, where I am the foreign secretary. I really gained a tremendous amount of knowledge in public management, and I think from now on I would probably dedicate do some research on more research on public management and forces my students to probably work on this area. So my topic today would be on public services, which is involved with almost 6, 7, 8 ministries of Thailand. So we're talking about ministries of Thailand, means ministries of education, of transportations, of foreign affairs, and many foreign public services. And I would like to, because I have a student, his wife is working in a very senior positions in the ministry. So I get her to helped me coordinate with all the ministries to allow me to, kind of engage and understand something about it, about what is going on in public services. Particularly, I was focusing on innovative ideas, because I personally feel that innovative ideas, innovative processes are probably not quite well known in the public services. So that was the themes that motivate me to focus on that. And the titles was incorporating was reflecting the models that I would share with you today, which is about a hierarchy, irrelevancy context, which is atmosphere that you can look at it as an atmosphere, you can look at it as an environment, you can look at it as structures, human to humans, persons to persons, or employees to employees, or employees to the supervisories or leaders relationship. That is irrelevant, meaning that probably is motivating the students the employees to engage in innovative ideas or practices. And there are some levels that the models which also focus on, which is the level at the individual levels and also the task level. My presentation is not many pages, so it's not going to take a long time. And with that, I construct the models, and I would slowly present the ideas, how these models come into the pictures, and how the 200 plus sampling, I think it's almost 270 data samplings eventually kind of validate and support the theoretical arguments that I put forward. And so today and yesterday, I learned so much about civil services, such as in tourism and so many areas. And now I understand what is civil services more in detail. And really, the role of civil services is to, if we do a good job in that area, I think as we have seen from all the speakers and technical session yesterday, also that it will really empower the government to achieve a country goal. And I have this very strong understanding, because I was attending one of the international conferences in Nanyang Technology University in Singapore, and I was listening in a dinner time, the governor speaking about these civil services and how how they involve and participate, engage with these citizens and transform Singapore. And so that civil services really are very important. And so how are we going to do that? Well, there are many perspectives that we can deal with it, and many sections has devoted in these 2 days on this area, and I would particularly focusing on being innovative in work practices. So I will be focusing on employee level or work practices, then how they are being motivated to be a little bit, to be more creative and innovative in their work the design and in their work responsibilities and things like that. It's particularly very important in the era of competitiveness, where, as you already know, the trust, and our speaker professors talk about the trust and distrust balance. And so in not only the era of competitiveness, I think in the era of corporate social responsibility, if you go into marketing 5.0, we will know that most of the innovative ideas in marketing strategies and technologies such as IoT has already been incorporated and well equipped, but people are lacking of responsibility, and that is the reasons why the marketing 5.0 from now on, which is incorporating the Internet of Things and artificial intelligence, that really need to focus on responsibility. because the widespread use of data and spreading to almost every consumers and customers, and therefore responsibility is very important. So again, civil services responsibility is very important. They're of importance, but I think innovation is also equally important, and that is what I would like to focus upon. So civil services need to undertake a new paradigms, and I think if you review the literature review, which I forced myself to review also the literature review, if you focus on the new public management, I think you will probably understand that it has a lot of connection to the businesses, and some of the characteristics is being competitive, innovative, entrepreneurial orientations that the civil employees or servants has to look into those pictures. And so there are not only the ethical and social responsibility, but because of this innovative ideas, they really have to be more productive and gear themselves towards the efficient state of administration. And if you so I take this opportunity to bring about you. We have many sessions today, and also yesterday talked about sustainability, which mostly focus on economic area and in fact and the social area and environmental area. That one of the very important area. In fact, our professors speak as Srivastava and many other professors has already talked about it, which is to Professor Prentice has already talked about, which is the technology. Technology is very important. Without the technology, the social, economic, and environmental integration and combinations are probably not sustainable. And so that innovative ideas is part of these innovative work practices. It's part of these technological implementations or conceptualizations in whichever things that you would like it to do. So I think it's very important that we have to incorporate this technology that drive the efficiency, drive the productive area domain. So my research question, therefore, it's very simple. What are these determinants that drive the innovative work practices of these employees at in the civil service domain? Represented by all these ministries of Thailand, which one of the empirical practical reasons is that there are no empirical data. And so I hope that through this empirical effort that I not only gain some initial understanding at the exploratory level, but also can explore some theoretical shift in terms of that can probably contribute back to the literature review. So the determinants of this contributing to the work practice, innovative work practices at employee levels will also generate some psychological issue, psychological such as employee satisfaction, as well as the innovative ideas at the departmental level, and also simultaneously, in sequence wise, drive the innovative outcomes at the civil services. So there are a multi-level of innovations, not only at the employees level, I think also how they perceive themselves, that contributing to the departments and also contributing to the services. At the end of the day, is that whatever you have at the employee level, it is implicit to, especially at this at the innovative top positions level, it probably is quite implicit to the general public, and therefore it really have to go into influencing the departments level and subsequently influencing the total organizations, therefore driving the contact with these public services and therefore the reputation, things like that. And so to address this research question, which is relatively kind of obvious, I would like to, as I already mentioned, I would like to be guided by a simple concept, which is called human resource management practices. And again, it's if you look into these human resource management practices, the concept is very simple. How we gonna, the determinants will be looking into how organizations will be looking into the variables that how organizations can support how the employees function themselves in order to achieve the innovative goals, partly driven by themselves and partly partly driven by their own intrinsic motivations and partly because it is demanded by these innovative works from the government because of the competitive environment and ethical, responsible environment. And so motivated by two concepts. Again, my key these expertise in the management area, apart from those engineering, is let's say microporters. Strategic management is one of these simple concepts. Is microporters, because this microporter not only talk about the competitiveness of this industry, but also how the competitiveness of a nation. So, well, this is part of these concepts that that motivates me to think in that direction. But again, that is probably in the future there will be connections between the contributions from the strategy perspective to the strategic management to the human resource work practices. And again, the second one will be calculus. Why calculus? Well, because one of the very simple fundamental concepts in calculus is differentiation. And again, it is highly interrelated to competitive advantages and competitiveness. If I'm able to, my question is going to look into determinants. What kind of factors to drive the work practice, innovative work practices at the employees. If we can find those differentiated, some very different, very important differentiated, differentiating the factors out from the crowds. That means those factors are very important. And again, those are not sufficient. If you look into calculus, differentiation is only telling you the speed, and it's only telling you the direction, but it doesn't tell you the accumulative impact. And so in management, in competitiveness, competitive advantages or competitive strengths of any organization, including if you go into the culture, organizational culture theory, you will find that organizational culture theory can also be differentiated. Can also be clusters within from these two variables, which is differentiations and integration. So for one thing, we need to differentiate so that we can get things out faster. And again, we have to integrate so that we can accumulate all the revenues and profit. And that is how we generate the impact. And so again, civil services has to do that. And my determinants were also, probably have to identify this differentiation and try to integrate into a conceptual framework. Through the integration, then we produce results. And that is calculus. But again, if you look into the competitiveness of nations, Michael Porter, Harvard business professors, which talk about a diamond model. So how are nations becomes a diamond? Well, the nations becomes a diamond because there are some differentiated and integrated words of these industries that are that specialize, such as in chilies and this turmeric and all these gingers and things like that. As agriculture, the professors Brent Jensen and talk about it. And so again, we are reflecting on at the work level these resources in support of innovation and the job demands of innovation. So there is a demand side of the market, and there is a factor productions at this at the diamonds model. But again, at the work level, there is a job demand and a job resources. You can talk about it. You can look at it as from a balance. So to be able to motivate employees, we know that they gotta be job and demands matching each other, to balance each other. Balance on what? The balance, and for this case, is balance with this hierarchy irrelevancies context, which is an environment that motivate, encourage, acknowledge that the employees, welcome, go ahead with your innovations. We like it. Continue, and that is the hierarchy irrelevancy context. With that, it provides the determinants. So these are the determinants. Okay, these are the determinants. So with that determinants, you can see that there are these innovation. The job demanded. Job provided the resources and demanded and provided the resources and provided the empowerment, empower you to the employees to do that. Okay, that is very important. The second very important domain, which I have just explained, is the is job. We have job resources and we have the job demand. So we demanded on this, and then we are being the employees are engaging. They have to ensure that they engage interactively within the environment, within the work practices, so that they can generate this innovative work practice, work innovation. At the same time, individuals also demanding some what? Demanding their devotion in terms of emotional intelligence. But part of the reasons for emotional intelligence is because when you talk about innovation, so on this side is the demand, which provided with the resources and empowerment, which is good, and these are the resources provided, right, by these organizations. But the demands is in terms of the demand you to engage actively, and also demand you to have emotional intelligence. I mean, they are not demanded hierarchically; they are demanded from the intrinsic or job, your own self-motivation. Emotional intelligence is important because you need to really understand each other's. You need to understand you need to be sensitive to the context. You need to be sensitive to the environment. You need to be sensitive to other people so that you can know the scopes of innovation. So innovation in emotional intelligence becomes very important. And on the other hand, there is very interesting in Thailand, because what happened is that the salary, the salary, the incomes that we earn, salary that we put into our pockets on the monthly basis, they are very, very, lower compared with this private organization. And so what happened is that if you want to succeed in your innovative work practices, you really have to be, really make use of your environment, make use of people. You have good connection, and through that connection, people supporting you. And if people are supporting you, well, that is a good, good environment to work with, and you can do a lot of things. And Thai people are very, if we respect each other, then things become smoother. So EQs becomes very important. So, again, these are the resources, and these are the demand factors of this JDR factors, job resource and demand factors, and they contribute to these innovations outcomes at employee levels, whichever innovative ideas that they think that they have contributed to the job, and also job satisfaction. So psychologically speaking, behaviorally speaking, they both contribute to the departmental level and subsequently influencing the organizational level. And that is the theoretical model that basically reflected these job resources demanded in the when I'm pretty much going to make a conclusions after I presented the empirical data, and you will see the implications and theoretical understanding. So again, this I have already just explained. Employees having the job in satisfactory state, meaning if employees are satisfied and usually they contribute a lot. Not only contributing behaviorally, they contribute agentically. Social agentically means I'm willing to tell you more things. I'm willing to do more things. I'm willing to devote more times, right? I'm willing to share with you my knowledge. And so you have many associated consequences, and all these associated consequences, and whether behaviorally, cognitively, effectively, psychologically, or in agentic contributions, as I have just explained, including whatever outcomes that you probably think it should have. In other words, the benefits of job satisfactions of the employees are multifaceted, and including innovation, of course, is embedded in what we're doing. And engagement, again is associative, because even though in businesses and in managements, we always go from one direction, one way, or one directional model. But if you have, if you know in details, it really has already feedback into influencing and strengthening all those variables. They're hidden. but they already feedback again. So that is what I mean by associative consequences. So it does, job satisfaction does have associated consequences spreading out throughout this model. And so emotional intelligence is particularly important for innovation, as I have just explained, because without involving these concerns and feelings of other people's innovation is probably very difficult to be accomplished. And in addition, for public services, I have explained that the pay is very lower compared with the private sector. So social relationship and sensitivity is very important so that you can get through with whatever means that you need. What happened is that I candidate those questionnaires, validated those questionnaires properly, and if you first of all, you have to ensure that things are all the questionnaires are being validated for the convergence validities and discriminant validity, meanings that each of them are not really quite overlapping. Again, you can test again with the multiple regressions in terms of correlarities and things, multi-correlarities and things like that. But again, this demonstrated some pretty good and reliabilities are pretty strong. And if you go into those demographic comparative analysis, you find that I thought that there's 10 to 15 years of pretty interesting demographic variables in terms of the years of experience that they have. Meaning that goes up and it comes down again. So we probably have to do something about it in terms of the number of years. So people sticking in this job for more than 10 to 15 years, then this is the time that you probably have to do something about it, to renew their understandings or giving them motivations. Otherwise, they will continue to probably go up and then come down again. And so this is one of the situations. Managerial growth again is relatively high, much higher than the non-managerial. So this is something that we have to be very, very important, very acknowledging it, because sometimes we think that we are innovative, but it is it's stuck at the management level, and all this non-managerial level think that it is probably quite ordinary. And so it is very, very important that I think we have to, so it really, this research helped me to understand a couple of ideas, a couple of variables that I think it's very important that we can do more research on it. The male is quite, well, it's really depends. Some places are pretty higher than the female in general, but some other places are females are higher. So there are some significant differences between each other. The model looks pretty okay. It's 78% of these variants explained by all these issues are pretty strong. Okay, and again, the innovation outcomes at workplace at the group department levels are very important. The satisfactions are also very important. Satisfaction does have the direct contributions to this organizational outcomes, but I think it really has to mediate. It also mediates through this partially mediated, pretty high partial mediating through this innovations outcome at the department's level. And this employees level has direct contribution to the organized. But again, I think you see there is this mediation factors as well. So mediation is very important. So we have to be that means good. That means we have to be very pragmatic. That means we have to be very goal oriented. There are a lot of others implications which I did not list it here, but I think through these interactions with you, I kind of figured it out just now that these mediations really tell a lot of implications. I think that means that the departmental goals and performance measurements, making it clear, and performance metrics and the monitorings, like our professors has talked about it in the last section, that are very, very important. Again, all these have a direct impact on that. And this models fit very well. Fit very well structural equations modeling. I forgot to present this statistical statistics of this structural equations modeling, but it fit well. It was in the papers. So quickly come to the discussions and conclusion. So again, basically, I have already explained it, so it's quite clear now. So in working context, that employees feel their work contribution is appreciated, which is which is this one, okay, which is this one. So in working context, okay, the environment employees feel that their work contribution is appreciated, encouraged, and acknowledged, represented by hierarchy, relevancy context, they would demonstrate work-driven engagement. So there are interrelationship. When this happens, this happened. When this happened, this happened. When this happened, this happened. When this happened, that happened. That is more. So because when you are relatively encouraging that leaders or supervisors are providing more resources for and then bring the empowerments. Empower it and then bring the engagement. So there is an interrelationship conclusion as well. So they would demonstrate innovation-driven engagement is share some aspects of some of these reasons work on non-hierarchical goals, such as reputation, right? You did a good job, and which is non-hierarchical, continues and it kind of pat on your back and to influence employees' contribution. But again, what I did in this research is not really about non-hierarchical goals, maybe innovations, but transcended in terms of the overall atmosphere. So addresses the research questions supported by these whatever human resource practices, calculus, Porter Diamonds models, or whatever, and contribute to the job innovations motivation, and it contributes to the job innovations motivations via the self-determinations, which I will explain in the last two pages, and the job resource demands, which are the job resources and demands and the demands balancing each other's and contributing to the these satisfactions and positive multi-level innovation. And so hierarchical irrelevancy context is a proxy of work environment, and together with employees' cognitive judgments and perception in the job resources. So we have this there's irrelevancy, which is a proxy for working environments, and also the cognitive judgments of the job resources and designs, the demands and resources which involve job designs, whatever, it contribute to actually social cognitive theories again. So we're getting the theories are coming into the picture. One of the theory is social cognitive theory, because this social environment and also the cognition drive the behavior of organizations and the employees. So social cognitive theory becomes one of the contributions that pops up at this discussions level. And also it anchors on social exchange processes. Social exchange, okay, so the social exchange theory and where the employees get more committed when they see all these supporting determinant. They are more committed in exchange of ideas for innovative outcomes that you need and the organizations need to succeed. And as well as for their own satisfaction. So when job satisfaction is high, it connotes a very stable. It also connotes a very stable job attitude, which you see from 10 years, 20 years, a lot of terms as a base for performance. And clearly, numerous theories are integrated and implications embedded in the understanding of innovation, work practices for civil services. And so further research, only 2 pages left. And so further research is that we can, because what happened is that we found out that if you look into these determinant structures, it really tells the story of structures of self-determinations theory. It has relatedness. It relates to the emotional quotient, the EQs relating to peoples, and it also has this autonomy, intrinsic motivations, empowered to do whatever innovative things that the organizations need, and they think that it contributes to the organization. And competence, meaning the ability to engage and the innovation resources that are able to exploit. So because of this similar structure, and all of a sudden, it seems like everything's poured into the picture. So self-determination theory could be a further research that we can look into that. And again, lastly, in terms of sustainability, and as I have explained it, apart from this economy, the social and ecological issue, I think we have to really put a focus on technology. So it's not only this innovation, but I think it's the innovative way of using, implementing, designing, configuring, such as our professors has shared with us, using the technologies for the monitorings and analytics, and that really help us to understand. So I think the technologies is probably the next issue that we have to look into in terms of sustainability of the innovations outcome. So that is the further research that I think I can suggest from this research outcomes that I have. And also the implications, we see many theories that comes into the picture: social exchange theory, self-determination theories, social cognitive theories, and of course JDR theories and things like that. So thank you very much, and I hope that you enjoyed and hope you are benefiting from it. Thank you. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to learn about public services as well.
Okay, thanks, Prof. Tan, for a very insightful research and your presentation. To put it simple and collectively, I think that it is recognized in Prof. Tan's research that workplace innovation is the implementation of new and combined inventions in work organizations, human resource management, and also supportive technology, as well as strategy that improve the performance of organization and the quality of jobs. Okay, now Prof. Tan just mentioned a very important industry in Thailand, the tourism and hospitality industry, where recently, okay, the government has announced that they allow tourists from about 21 countries to visit Thailand, okay, without much quarantine requirement. I think this is actually a timely research that emphasizes the importance of workplace innovation, where especially the tourism department and how the staff actually draw a balance between like welcoming the influx of tourists from international different countries and how they maintain actually a pleasant tourism a pleasant experience among the tourists, okay, to name a few. Of course, okay, as mentioned by Prof. Tan, this research, okay, actually it opens the doors for many future research that recommended. Actually, it could be actually in the respective departments, governmental department. It could be also the emphasis of the variables and so on. Thanks very much, okay, Prof. Tan, for this research. And I think other than the determinants of workplace innovative, the research also highlighted very important, okay, how workplace innovations could lead to the higher level of performance, okay, to the welfare for the people, the country, and also its economy. Okay, I would like to open to the floor to ask any question if you have any. Prof. Tan, get ready for that.
Yeah, I am B.S. Dwist.
Hello, President.
Yeah, lot of appreciations for your presentation. Very valuable. Kindly tell us as to how the strength of relationship between one particular attribute and another is decided by you. Is it through surveys, or is there any literature available with respect to that, or these are assigned opinion? The strength of relationship between, say, for example, employee performance and then satisfaction level.
Yeah. Thank you, Professor Spears. And yes, all this chart it is a survey. It is a quantitative survey. It's a statistical survey. Structure equations, meaning that you have to fit in all these variables and things like that. There are a lot of theories. There are a lot of theories. There are a lot of articles in human resources and such as work practices, innovative ideas, or in terms of leaderships, or in terms of context, or in terms of systems, or whatever. There are a lot of them. But the thing, as I just mentioned, is that because there are a lot, it is so difficult. It is very difficult to identify. What you really have to use your knowledge and experiences, or through your interviews or observations or your experiences in Thailand or in whichever countries, in order to pinpoint and identify something very, very important, which we call we can call it a key determinants or key success factors, or we can call it a key variables, or we can call it a dominant variables. And so these are things that that are more challenging and more difficult. Everything else is, or it's so much information over there. But you have to really be able to identify this differentiation, this differentiating variables, differentiating determinants, differentiating variables, and then once you differentiate it, then again there are a lot of theories, and a lot of articles in, good journals articles, Emirates and ScienceDirect.com that can help you. Again, it depends on your understanding. That can help you structure in terms of some theoretical format. Some theories such as does it fit into job resources, job JDR theory? Does it fit into social cognitive theory? Does it fit into this self-determinations theory? Does it fit into social exchange theory? And how do you integrate those theories in combinations in a simple way that it can help you explain? Because when you are able to integrate those theories upon your variables that are already differentiating, that are unique to yourself, although it's shared the similarity and characteristics of the theory, but it is different. The theory only tell you some big variables such as social, or such as cognition, or such as resources, such as demand, but it doesn't tell you the details. All these details, Professor has just pointed out, and I have just explained, those are differentiating things that you have to pick up from your experiences. So to come to the conclusion, the address to Professor Biestis is this questionnaire survey, but these variables really need to have a very long dialogue with relevant peoples before we can start working on the variables. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Very interesting, and another big topic for big research.
Thank you, Professor.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much for the questions and also very interesting explanation from Prof. Tan. I would like to invite if there is any other question. Okay, otherwise, okay, I think I would like to say a big thank you to all of you, and also congratulations, Prof. Tan, for your another great achievement in your research. Okay, thanks very much, everyone.
Thank you, Professor Spoon, for sharing.
Shukriya.
Back to Professor Zamota.
Yeah, thank you, Professor. It's my point of view, his speech and topic is very emergent and needed discussion to this forum. Hierarchical irrelevance, context, individual and task efforts level in influencing workplace innovation perceptions of the TOI public ministerial officers, as discussed elaborately with mathematical equations. Really, it is a wonderful session, sir. Thank you. And also, I would like to thank Dr. Chen Boon Liat as a chairperson of the session. So now let me call the next session, Dr. Gina B. Algoriza. She is a program chairperson, Tourism Management, University of Santo Thomas, Legacy, Philippines. I invite you, ma'am, as a chairperson for the session, and also I invite our resource person, the eminent resource person, Krish Constantine Christian, head of the Regional Development Projects Divisions, NAFTAGOS Group, and he's going to deliver a lecture on the topic NAFTAGOS Group as CSR Accelerator for Local Communities, how responsible company are realizing social and infrastructure projects. Over to you, ma'am.
Gina is not present right now.
Okay, sir.
So we may request Professor Maria, she is present here. Professor Maria.
I'm sorry, Dr. Amota, this presenter also, we've heard this presenter, so please, we have to invite Arsene Novosad.
Okay, and please request Professor Nina, Professor Maria is present here. Professor Maria, your valuable support is required. Please chair this session as Gina is not available right now.
Доброго дня.
Доброго дня.
Давайте я представлю доповідача тоді в такому випадку. Хочу представити вам доповідача сьогоднішньої конференції. Це Новосад Арсен, керуючий партнер проєкту STEM освіта, сертифікований коуч ICF та фасилітатор ICA. В минулому координатор в Ericsson Coaching International Канада в Україні. З доповіддю, яку буде представляти Арсен сьогодні на конференції, це Practice of Use in Coaching in Communication and Management. Пане Арсене, просимо.
Так.
Let me say it in English, please. Novosad Arsen, managing partner of the STEAM educational project, certified coach and facilitator, former coordinator at Ericsson Coaching International Canada in Ukraine. Please.
Доброго дня. Вітаю всіх учасників конференції. Технічне питання, переклад десинхронно, мені просто трошки паузу робити, правильно? Скажіть, організатори.
Who is the translator? I just want to know. Nina, you for me? For who? Sorry for this.
Please, Julia, I would like you to ask.
Okay, Арсен, давайте так по абзацам. Ви зупиняєтесь, даєте слово мені, Юлія, і я перекладу. Вибачте, будь ласка, так технічно намагаємось підлаштуватися.
Окей, я ж в Zoom просто є налаштування перекладу синхронного, гаразд. Добре, моя доповідь сьогодні буде про коучинг, так як я маю експертизу і довго цим займався, як керував освітнім проектом, займався освітою дорослих, готував їх до сертифікації, займався менторингом. Ось тому так само я коучинг розглядаю з розрізу управлінського, тому що це такий гарний м'який навик. Да? Він знаходиться в категорії soft skills, які допомагають краще робити те, що робить управлінець. Так само маю багато досвіду в управлінні освітніми процесами. Мене просили робити акцент на якраз використанні коучингового управління, а ще й використанні коучингу як роботи бізнеса і взаємодії з державою. Якраз щойно сьогодні я повернувся з зустрічі якраз на цю тему. Тому буду...
Я вибачаюсь, пане Арсене, можливо, я перекладу якийсь фрагмент англійської мови, по абзацам намагаємося йти, я бачу, що затягнувся. Нічого страшного, зараз підлаштуємось. There are a few words about the personalities that is with us today. Arsen has a great experience in coaching that is mostly connected with the educational sphere. But for today's meeting, he was asked to make the accent that coaching can do for the publicity sphere and what coaching can do for the public administration sphere. As well as you can see, the experience is really great, sir, starting from the Ukrainian experience and joining the experience all over the world. And moreover, I would like to stress that it is our university graduator, and it is a great honor for us to meet him again at our conference. Будь ласка, Арсен.
Дякую. Так, я почну з загальних понять, що таке коучинг. Він знаходиться в такому когнітивному напрямку, тобто це робота з мисленням і з баченням. Якщо є дуже багато перекладів, що таке коучинг, якщо коротко, коучинг – це інструмент досягнення цілей. Юля, вам багато треба? Я тоді давайте буду робити паузу.
Okay, I will start with the ideas what is culture. So you may see that there are a lot of words that can be used to explain the idea of coaching, but still I would say that it is a tool, an instrument to receive the goal. Arsen?
Коучинг можна віднести до м'яких навичок. От, дякуючи попередньому доповідачу, він звертав увагу на те, що емоційний інтелект, він додає сили любим процесам. От коучинг гарно використовувати як прикладний інструмент в стратегуванні, в комунікації, в делегуванні і так далі.
We all know, and due to the and due to the first presentations that we have seen with you, we should stress that coaching is an instrument and a part of soft skills. Coaching may be influenced and co-influenced by emotional intellect, so that is very important for our modern developed personality. Arsen?
Ось і моє бажання на своїй доповіді розказати про що таке коучинг і, звичайно, щоб залишився якийсь невеличкий практичний інструмент, що можна було використовувати у своєму повсякденному житті. Ось це буде найкращим результатом моєї доповіді.
Okay, and my goal for today is not only to give you some theoretical information, but just to give you a practical tool that you will use in your future life, and it will be the best achievement for me. Arsen?
Дякую. Як працює коучинг? Коучинг працює з майбутнім через моделювання його побудову візії. І для того, щоб туди прийти, потрібно використовувати питання. Тобто коуч діє завжди питаннями, проясняючи, і в результаті в нас є сформована візія майбутнього і є узгодженість між суб'єктами, які це будують.
So, well, actually, what is coaching, or how exactly coaching acts? Coaching is every time about the future, and coaching acts through the questions. We create questions that may be implemented to the creating future. Arsen?
Так. Так, наступне тоді. І так як нас навчали в нашому університеті, що є основних 4 функції менеджменту: так, планування, організація, мотивація та контроль. Тому коучинг може бути імплементований в любу, допомагати любій функції. Найважливіше в коучингу і управлінні це найважливіше управлінцю слідкувати за цілями та ресурсами. От коучинг допомагає правильно оформити цілі, куди ми хочемо врешті прийти.
As well as we've been taught at our universities that management performs different functions, including public management. But if we're speaking about the connection between coaching and management, coaching gives the answers to the questions as for the goals and as for the resources. So properly managing goals and resources. Arsen?
Так, дякую. Тому перший практичний інструмент в коучингі. Спочатку треба розібратися, що ми маємо зробити, до якого результату прийти, а потім, як тільки ми це змогли оформити як кінечну точку, і вона нас задовольняє, ми можемо від цього моменту пробудувати, як ми туди прийдемо. Бо частіше ці моменти плутаються, всі хочуть швидко почати робити, а потім виходить, що ми дуже швидко плили, але не в ту сторону. Ось тому варто притримуватись в задаванні питань в практиці. Спочатку, куди ми маємо прийти, а потім яким чином.
Okay, it's very important in coaching, firstly, to give yourself the answer for the question, what is the total point of our destination? So what we really want to reach. And then we should give the answer how we can do it. Very often we made a lot of mistakes because we start doing something, start doing it some way, and only after that, after some actions, we start thinking, for what do we do it? But firstly, in coaching, we should implement the question, what is our final goal? Arsen?
Дякую. Тому я так зроблю маленьку інтригу. Це жарт, але дуже практичний, такий з коучингових технік. Коли я займався менторингом і підготовкою коучів до сертифікації, я жартував, що в коучингі є самих 2 потужних питання.
So actually right now I would like to make a trick. I think maybe it is a joke, but I will try to present it to you. So I told everyone, and I stressed a lot of time, that there are two most powerful potential questions in coaching you need to know.
Тут, Юля, вам треба буде перекласти, бо от він українською зараз побачите. Перше питання – це щоб що. Тобто це або інакшою словами, це заради чого більшого. Тобто це таке питання, яке можна задавати багато разів, і знімаючи слої, доходячи до суті. Тому що люди бачать трошки, ми питаємося, от це ми хочемо, щоб що. Ну, щоб відбулося, а це щоб що. Тоді в нас з'являється послідовність ціль за ціль.
Дякую, я зрозуміла. So the first question is very unusual question. Maybe it is not a question, one question, but it is a logical chain of some questions. So firstly, we do something and then we ask ourselves, for what do we do it? When you have the answer, you ask the next question, for what do you do it? When you got the answer, then you implement the next question. For what do you do it? And this way you will find the key reason, the key motivation for your activity. Арсен?
Дякую, Юля. І це питання дуже добре допомагає колективам і командам дійти згоди стосовно свого бачення, тому що в кожного є спільне бачення, але словничок і відповідь, свої особливості, нюанси. Вони дивляться в одну сторону, але не можуть домовитися через те, що вони говорять різними мовами. Тому це питання для кожного допомагає дійти згоди в команді, досягнути консенсусу.
Дякую. This question is very important, especially when creating a teamwork or when team building. When everyone gives the answer to the question, it makes collaboration and cooperation between the members of one team much easier. Арсен?
Дякую. І друге питання є автор книжки про ефективний коучинг Джон Твітмер. Він казав, що тільки за це питання мені платять $1000. Ось воно виглядає ось так. Це що ще? Тобто суть питання в тому, що коли нам здається, що ми придумали і зробили відповіді, дали відповіді на все, коли ми задаємо знову питання, а що ще можна було б зробити, а що ще могло б бути більшим результатом, наш мозок починає працювати зовсім в інакшому режимі і знаходити відповідь. Це саме цікаве, це нас сильно просуває вперед.
Well, and the second question, one of the authors of the books on coaching even said that he is paid millions of dollars only for this question, sounds as what else? What else I can do? What other result I can get? What else I can do to change the situation for better? And while asking this question, while implementing this question to ourselves, it makes us more successful, more motivated, more potential. Arsen?
Дякую. І трошки розкажу про практику сьогоднішню. Я займаюся розвитком проєкту STEM освіта. Це для початкової і середньої школи розвиток STEM напрямку. Ось, і сьогодні я мав зустріч з державними органами, і ми шукали можливості, як ми могли би співпрацювати і зробити більший результат, чим кожен з нас окремо. Я використовував інструменти коучинга як такі.
Some words of sharing my practice with you today. You know that I am engaged in project STEM освіта. This project is connected with the school.
Ramesh? Good evening, good evening. Yeah, we are waiting for the candidate. The candidate is yesterday not responded. And
I will inform to the candidate.
You know the candidate?
Yeah, I know. I don't know, but one of
she is Vela Devi.
Yeah, yes, sir.
PG and Research Department of Mathematics, Madura College, Madurai.
Okay. I will inform them. Within 2
Oh,
minutes, I will inform them.
Okay, inform her, and then I will add. You will be here I am leaving the room and I will add her immediately to join it. Okay. Okay.
Right.
Повторити вам чи?
A lot of noise here. Well, but I've got it. Again, about my practice, maybe I will stress previous words and the last words as well. So, Arsen is engaged in the project STEM Osvita. In English, it may be translated as STEM education. This project is dedicated to the school education. And today I had meetings with the governments on official level as for the implementing of this project. Also, he has personal experience in absolutely different types of work, teamwork, group work, individual, personal, so absolutely different levels. Arsen?
Дякую, Юля. Тому, якщо є якісь запитання, будь ласка, задайте, я дам відповідь.
I like you. Мені подобається ваш лаконізм. So, if you have some questions, you're welcome if you're interested in such approaches. Проблема в тому, що ми вже десь 5 годину,
Я зрозумів, що ви втомилися вже.
На конференції, і можливо тому трошки втомилися, та і така неуважність, вибачте, будь ласка, організаторів. Але мені здається, що питання обов'язково будуть, можливо, знаєте, це потрібен такий час, щоб щось вистрілилось в голові, і там з понеділка, чи не могли ви залишити контакти для нас, щоб ми могли...
А я маю, я далі, це наступний слайд. Так, мої контакти, тоді я всім дякую за увагу. Я сподіваюся, як підведу підсумок, що коучинг – це інструмент для того, щоб досягнути цілей. Вам треба спочатку зрозуміти, що ви хочете отримувати в кінці, потім писати процес, як ви цього хочете досягнути. Коли ви цю гіпотезу намалювали, будь ласка, задайте собі питання, а що б що? Це для мене, що я хочу по-справжньому. Цим хотів я поділитися, щоб маленький інструмент появився в тих учасників, які сьогодні мене слухали.
So actually, to summarize everything, I understand that some of the participants of the conference may be rather tired, but you may contact me furthermore in few days. Just the questions that you have to remember, and maybe the main thing to give you the main vision of coaching are like this. So firstly, just give you the answer where definitely do you want to achieve at the end of your journey. Then you should find the answer what way you could achieve it. And then also do not forget, please, about the question and the answer to the question, what else?
Я дуже дякую. Бажаю всім гарного здоров'я і гарної конференції.
Thanks very much to everyone for your attention. Stay wealthy and healthy and have a great results of the conference. Nina, it seems to me that I'm giving a word to you. Yes.
No, Julia, we've got really the last presenter, bank. It's Mr. Bank, yes, Rostislav Bank, if I remember.
Пані Юлія, я зараз представлю Ростислава Банка. Пані Ніно, я представлю. Єдине, що потрібно буде перекласти потім тільки. Наступним доповідачем на конференції буде Банк Ростислав, це кандидат юридичних наук, експерт по взаємодії з органами влади, з громадами з питань сталого розвитку, також законопроектної роботи у сфері екології, надрокористування і земельних відносин. Він є менеджером департаменту земельних відносин та взаємодії з громадами акціонерного товариства Укргазвидобування Нафтогазу. А також він є нашим випускником нашого університету, відповідно працював в університеті, тому колеги його дуже добре знають. І, Юлю, будь ласка, переведіть нашим колегам на англійську мову, хто буде доповідати.
So actually, the next participant of our conference is Oral Sir, our university graduate That's why maybe for all the colleagues from the Ukrainian side, there is no need to introduce or extra introduce Pan Rostislav, but for our foreign colleagues, I will introduce that Pan Rostislav Bank is their management, the part of the management system of Ukргазвидобування companies are connected with national gas. I'm sorry, I do not have it before my eyes, sorry, that's why trying to do my best. Excuse me, Rostislav Bank, for any inconveniences, and you're welcome with your speech delivery.
I may add to Yulia some details. Rostislav is a candidate of law, is a PhD in law, expert in interaction with authorities and communities on sustainable development. We work in the field of ecology, subsoil use, land relations. He is the present manager of the Department of Land Relations and Community Relations at Укргазвидобування Нафтогаз. Please, Rostislav.
Доброго дня, шановні колеги. Організаційне питання, тільки маленьке. Я презентацію сам поширити, шерити буду.
Так, є ще скрін внизу. Внизу, третє. Ви можете поширити свою презентацію.
Так, є. Чудово. Радий долучитися до обговорення рідної альма-матер, так як я випускник і працював в університеті, тому подвійне таке відчуття і враження долучитися в ролі експерта. Ви будете перекладати, так?
Так, я думаю, що пан Ростислав, давайте ми зможемо з вами по абзацам таку більш формовану думку, ви звертайтесь.
Я буквально речення два, і ви і будемо в такому ключі діяти. Так.
As for our foreign guest, just informs that again we are discussing technical details or the translating of the report. And sorry again, Rostislav, you're welcome.
Я коротко, буквально, щоб не затримувати шановних гостей і учасників конференції, сьогодні розповім про імплементацію процедури в національній компанії.
Sir, in a few words, I will tell you the ideas of the implementation in our national company. Будь ласка, Ростислав.
Це процедура екологічна, так, вона стосується впливу на довкілля, і яким чином наша компанія за рахунок цієї процедури змогла її розширити і заапгрейдити за рахунок включення інших кросфункціональних функцій, що входять до неї.
This procedure is connected with ecology, and I would like to give you a few words for it way our company achieves the results and can influence with the help of these functions or in the other issues that we may have. Rostislav?
Взагалі, якщо коротко сказати, то Укргазвидобування, Нафтогаз, буду так зручніше, Нафтогаз, дивізіон розвідка і видобування є найбільшим газовидобувним підприємством в Україні, одним з найбільших в Центральній і Східній Європі, який на сьогодні ми видобуваємо природного газу обсягом понад 70% в межах України, здійснюємо пошук, розвідку, дослідно-промислову розвідку на території 12, ну можна сказати, що вже і 13 областей, тому що мова йде про континентальний шельф наразі перспективний, на території 31 району і більше, ніж 130 об'єднаних територіальних громад і 450 населених пунктах України.
First of all, I would like to tell you that our company is rather potential when not only in our country, not only in Ukraine, but I would say about the European region also. So we are involved in natural gas taking, and we operate in 12, I would say 13 regions of Ukraine, including the shelf zones as well. And our company operates with 70% of the natural gas. Ростислав?
Для того, щоб таке велике підприємство змогло налагодити ефективну роботу, потрібна злагоджена комунікація і злагоджена взаємодія всіх без виключення працівників підприємства, які починаються з київських офісів і завершуються технічними працівниками на місцях. Тобто велика кількість стейкхолдерів, як і внутрішніх, так і зовнішніх, допомагають нам реалізувати завдання, які делеговані українською державою, українським народом.
Of course, to make such a big company work effectively and properly, we need to implement the successful communication between all the departments and between all the structural functions and stakeholders of our company, starting from the Kyiv as a capital and including all the regional branches of our company. Rostislav? I can't hear Rostislav. Can you hear me? Ira, can you hear me? Irina Vasevna.
Да, слышно.
And what about Rostislav? Unfortunately, maybe I can't hear Rostislav. Can you hear Rostislav?
No.
Технічні проблеми.
Technical problems here.
Пані Юлія, а можна я вас запитаю? У мене запитання.
Що?
Я там стояла в програмі, я вже так розумію, я їх не презентую, там коуч Сокчеапан, я його і не бачу серед учасників. Чи ви не в курсі?
Я не знаю, я ж не організатор конференції. Ви розумієте, ви хочете, щоб я її організовувала і перекладала?
Ні, я запитую, думаю, можливо, ви вам сказали.
Я не знаю, чесно, я не знаю.
Останній доповідач, все. Далі прощальна часть.
Да? Добре, Наталя Леонідівна, дякую.
Тут вже всі втомились просто.
Да, дуже довго говорять, згодна з вами. Дякую, пані Юлія.
I don't know if we have some technical issues. Maybe we will go further. We need still wait. Maybe Pankaj will help us or somebody else.
I think that you should.
Nina, what do you think?
I think that you should make a call, maybe to call to Rostislav. Is it possible to join it again or not? Пані Наталя, можете передзвонити Ростиславу? Під'єднаєте він ще раз? Just politely to wait a little bit. If some problems, technical problems, maybe we will ask our presenter to share his presentation and some additional materials for our participants to share his ideas. And maybe we will go to the next session. And the word is yours, Julia.
Шановні колеги, Ростислав чекає, поки його запустять.
Okay, sorry. Dear Professor Pankaj, could you please allow to Rostislav to go into room? Just a moment, please.
Підключається.
Ура. Ростислав, ми вас вже бачимо. Да, ура, ура.
Прекрасно. Так, я вибачаюсь, у нас в компанії заборонені легальними шляхами.
Тепер не чуємо.
Угу.
Майже.
Да, чудово.
Так, значить.
Значить, буду пришвидшуватися, щоб бо не довіряю зв'язку. Значить, у зв'язку з тим, що компанія дуже велика, вона потребує ретельної уваги, і всі процедури вони повинні бути ефективно налагоджені. Однією з таких процедур з 2018 року, якою я займаюся, є процедура здійснення оцінки впливу на довкілля.
As well as I stressed already, our company is very great, big and potential. So all the processors taking part in the company should be very well regulated, and all the procedures that are a part of the company should be also regulated great as well. And one of the procedures I am responsible for in my company, starting from 2018, is connected with the environment, the influence of the company to the environment. Rostislav?
Означена процедура, вона була у нас впроваджена на підставі Європейської директиви 92-ї, і вона зобов'язує суб'єкти господарювання на певні види планованої діяльності оцінити вплив від реалізації потенційного проекту, вплив на довкілля.
So one of the items connected with the European approaches towards this procedure sounds as that any organization should assess, evaluate the impact on the environment that is due to the organization of the project. So they create a project, they organize the project, and they are to assess the influence on the environment. Rostislav?
Значить, з моменту впровадження цієї процедури в Україні Укргазвидобування групи «Нафтогаз» є лідером по отриманню документів дозвільного характеру. А ці документи дозвільного характеру дають можливість здійснювати буріння і таким чином отримувати вуглеводні у вигляді природного газу.
Well, and our company is a leading company and has all the necessity documents that legislatively gives us a possibility to do drilling, yes, and to get the natural gas. Rostislav?
На жаль, у 2020 році одна з складових цієї процедури була призупинена. Це проведення громадських слухань, коли громадськість мала можливість долучитися до обговорення і реалізації проекту, який планувався здійснювати на певній території, у певній громаді. Але у зв'язку з провадженням карантинних обмежень у державою у вигляді законодавчого акту було прийнято рішення призупинити такі громадські слухання.
Well, unfortunately, one of these functions of this project was stopped starting from 2020, and maybe it was the key function of the project. It's like public opinion poll. All the citizens who are in special territory may give a voice for or against doing something, but due to COVID-19, there was a decision to stop this public opinion function. Rostislav?
І я і наша команда фахівців, експертів долучилися до розробки нормативно-правового акту, який би регулював таку колізію, коли законом передбачено проведення громадських слухань, але постанова, яка має меншу юридичну силу по відношенню до закону, забороняє зібрання громадян. Фактично, протягом 4 місяців така процедура в Україні була заблокована, і ми стали драйверами процесу, фактично, які розблокували не тільки, що стосується наших об'єктів зі спланованої, а й цієї процедури в Україні.
So actually, as well as you can see, or on the one hand, we had a law that supported such a procedure. And on the other hand, due to the pandemic situation, we had another law, I would say sub-law, that cancels such a procedure, public meeting and public discussion and public government. Our company and my team and my project, we tried to do our best, and we created the whole movement, and we were one of the first who paid attention to this detail, to this problem, and we reached certain results in this area, like unblocking the procedure of public opinion, public operating, public government. Ростислав?
У зв'язку з тим, що фактично проведення громадських слухань було унеможливлено, нами було прийнято рішення у розробці так званих звітів про сталий розвиток, які були імплементовані в цю процедуру ОВД. Ці звіти про сталий розвиток, вони якраз про економічно-соціальний зиск від нашої діяльності на території здійснення такої діяльності у громадах, тобто в населених пунктах. Фактично це показники як фіскальні, які ми сплачуємо, тобто рента, податки на території, так і соціальний зиск від нашої діяльності.
Actually, we take into consideration the sustainable development principle and sustainable development indicators, but these indicators, they are tightly connected with the economical indicators that you can see. They are demonstrated on our slide, and they are connected with our financial activity. Ростислав?
Таким чином, за рахунок цієї процедури, яка, в принципі, законодавчо це не зобов'язує робити, але ми змогли продемонструвати і показати ті глобальні цілі сталого розвитку саме у здійсненні процедури з оцінки впливу на довкілля, для того, щоб громадськість у зв'язку з неможливістю бути присутньою особисто могла ознайомитися фактично онлайн із будь-якої точки світу.
So we were the first to implement the indicators of sustainable development and data on the sustainable development indicators. We put them online, so all the citizens, all the publicitors, all who want it can easily get this information, and we do believe that it is a great innovation. Ростислав?
І фактично на сьогодні в таких звітах про сталий розвиток ми імплементували цілі сталого розвитку, в принципі, що є нововведенням для України, і нами було зроблено вперше.
So we were the first to create such reports. We were the first to join the problem of with the sustainable development. And here on the slide, some of the results you can see.
Намагався дуже коротко. Дякую за увагу. Якщо питання, будь ласка.
Дякую, Ростислав, sir, that in brief, the achievements we may be proud of. And if you have questions, you're welcome. But again, as for the previous speaker, Ростислав говорить, що ми вже дуже втомлені, тому питання, можливо, не виникнуть зараз. але можуть виникнути трохи згодом, було б непогано залишати координати свої. I just stress that we are maybe a bit tired because we've heard a lot of reports, a lot of ideas today, and recommend to leave your coordinates, so to leave your contacts. We can further contact with you if we have any questions. Questions? I can't see any.
Yeah. Julia, now the session is validatory session. It's under your control.
Sir, just a second, technically should open something because have a lot of materials with me and understand what you want me to do, and just looking for the file I need as well. Nina informed me about valedictory function. To tell the truth, it is the first valedictory function in my life, and it is a great honor that it will be me who will try to do my best to finish our conference successfully. 2 hot and long days, but 2 productive days, 2 days full of emotions, 2 days that give us a possibility to know each other better as representatives of absolutely different cultures. And right now, as for the traditions of FAI organization, I have to do what I have to do. So with a great honor, I am going to ask the participants of the conference to say some feedback to us. So, and the first person I invite to is Dr. Irina Dinek, Kyiv National University of Trade and Economics. Please try to be laconic. Будь ласка, намагайтесь дуже коротко.
Добре, дякую, шановна пані Юлія. Перш за все, шановні учасники та організатори конференції, я вам хочу висловити щиру подяку за можливість брати участь в такій конференції на такому міжнародному рівні. Я дякую всім учасникам і організаторам, як з нашої сторони, так і з сторони наших індійських партнерів. Я щиро вдячна нашим модераторам, перекладачам за таку насичену та цікаву роботу. Хочу зауважити, що конференція була присвячена актуальним питанням та практичним рекомендаціям щодо розвитку публічного управління за умов сталого розвитку в Україні. Протягом цих 2 насичених робочих днів ми слухали надзвичайно актуальні доповіді як зі сторони України, так і зі сторони наших індійських партнерів. Та дякую вам за конструктивний діалог, слушні зауваження, слушну критику. Я думаю, що все це буде досліджено в подальших наукових роботах. Я сподіваюся на нашу подальшу наукову працю. Також хочу побажати всім учасникам та організаторам конференції міцного здоров'я, наснаги, успіхів у їхній подальшій науковій роботі. Щиро всім дякую за можливість приймати участь в такій конференції. Дякую. Пані Юлія.
Дякую, Irina. So a brief translation. First of all, Irina thanked all the organizers of the conference, both from India and Ukraine side, given the possibility to participate in such a great scientific event. Also, she gives a word of thanks to all the moderators and translators of the conference as well. She believes that the results we achieved today will help us to change everything for the better, to solve the most important problems and issues, and also thanks for really productive discussion. Дякую, Irina, and it seems to me it is time for me to ask, to invite another participant of our conference, Dr. Liliana Guran, FAI Executive Council member, Department of Pharmaceutical Sciences with Western University of Arad, Romania. So Dr. Liliana Guran, you are welcome.
Thank you very
I
much.
see, she is smiling, not tired.
Hello, thank you very much. What I want to say that first of all, I wanted to congratulate all the people for the excellent organizer of this great event. It was about economy. It was about how we release and how we survive to our recent problems. Was a very nice opportunity to share in the problems and solutions for all around the world. It was about a great event with so many people around and so many communities with traditions, or many other traditions, but with the same aim: to release the economy, to go on the economy, to survive, even in these pandemic times. Was a great event. Congratulations to all. And I am very happy and proud to be a part of this. Thank you very much, because you let us to be a part, let FAI India to let a part of this event of all in the celebrations of your university. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And good luck to all of you in all your research duties, and in all the find the solution, the good solution for a new economy after these pandemic times.
Thank you very much, Liliana Guran. And now the word for such a great, wonderful, really open words, truly words. Thanks for your positive emotion and for your brilliant smile. Really, you're like giving us a piece of energy from you. And now I would like to give a word to Dr. Anastasia Ilyina, PhD in Economics, Associate Professor, Vice Dean of the Faculty of Economics, Management and Psychology, Kyiv National University of Trade and Economics. Anastasia Ilyina, you are welcome.
Welcome, dear organizing committee. Thanks very much for so constructed reports to our participants of this very great conference. And I am sincerely grateful to all the speakers and organizers of the conference. The reports were delivered to the listeners on a professional level, and the use of interesting information materials will allow our department to improve the level of teaching disciplines related to sectoral development, management of economic system in terms of agricultural, industrial areas of activities, and so more about sustainable development and about the introduction of innovations to civil service. It is the grateful very much to our conference, and these questions are very actual, for today. And what about the conference? I am really delivered, and I will use your information, especially according to the writing of articles in journals with scientific basis of Scopus, Web of Science, because this information is really very useful. And this conference made me understand that public administration and economy are interconnected with each other. There will be no economy without public administration, and economy, and without economy, public authorities, the existence of such structures will be senseless. And with such a grateful propositions to improve our activity and the activity of our department, and I really thank you. Thank you for such a good conference. Best regards.
Thank you very much, Anastasia. Thanks for very emotional speech. Thanks for stressing that the results of the conference may be used in scientific life and for improving the scientific achievements, not only on the territory of Ukraine, but both sharing with the other people and with the other countries who do not participate in our conference today. And I'm pleased to give a word to Dr. Chan Bunland Alex, Chairman of our organization, IT Advisory Committee, Associate Professor, Department of Marketing Management, Sunway University Business School, Jalan University, Bandar Sunway, Malaysia. Are you with us?
Yeah, Dr. Boone is here. Dr. Boone is present here, I think. Dr. Cheng Boone.
Dr. Boone.
He's present in the meeting, but I think
maybe some technical problems.
Yeah, please proceed.
Yeah, sir, maybe I'll proceed and maybe we'll come back if problems are eliminated. The next person I would like to give a word to is Dr. Irina Lazebna, PhD in Economics, Associate Professor, Kyiv National University, or of Trade and Economics, Ukraine.
And we are very grateful for the help in conducting the first international scientific practical only conference. Many thanks to colleagues from India. Thanks you to all the organization, moderators, and many thanks to our translation, especially Pani Yulia. We meet with professionally competent and highly professional
The word is given to Professor Srinivas, Secretary for our organization, Telangana chapter, former Dean, Kakatiya University, Telangana, India. Trying to do my best with pronunciation. Sorry for mistakes, if any.
Please proceed because Professor Srinivas is not right now, not present here.
So we can proceed. Yes, we can give a word to the next person. I see that this person is with us. The word is given to one of our today's moderators, my colleague as well, Dr. Devika Agawai, Head of the Department of Commerce and Management, Bhyani Girls College, Jaipur, India. Sorry if I pronounce something wrong. You're welcome.
That's absolutely correct, Dr. Elena. I'm thankful to you. Respected FAI patrons, conveners, dignitaries, invited speakers, and their participants. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude to one and all present here for their valuable contribution to the conference, and congratulate for creating an unprecedented platform for the researchers and academicians to take their research to the newer heights. The conference has been instrumental in providing an insight into improving the quality and efficiency of service delivery by the public organizations, and has given ways to combat the challenges imposed therein. the outcome of the discussions can be a catalyst in policy framework of the participating nations. And I feel that this conglomeration of experts has assisted in the exchange of ideas, governmental policies, opportunities, and threats, which nations are exposed to in the current times and may further strengthen our efforts towards human development globally. So as far as FAI is concerned, it is involved in conducting exemplary work in the field of education, and I'm honored to be a part of the organization. I'm extremely thankful to all the FAI patrons, especially Dr. Pankaj Srivastav sir, for giving me the opportunity of being the part of this conference. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Devika. And the next word is given to
Professor Yulia. Professor Yulia. Dr. Boone is ready.
Okay, sir. I forgot that Dr.
Sorry. Thanks very much, Prof. Pankaj. Okay, Mafkana, the line dropped off just now. Sorry, yeah. Now, I just try to make it quick. Okay. First of all, I think I would like to thank the organizing committee to include me, and also again I would like to thank Prof. Tan to introduce me to the committee. Now, I could see that the presentation today and the presenters today, they are very well prepared to share their the result of the research in the conference today. A few things that I noted actually from today's conference is like, I think the control of time management, the management of time and the control of time is getting better now. And I think this is actually a good sign that due to the postmortem that during our last discussion, I did highlight this one. And then I could see the improvement on this one. I think this is actually due to everyone's commitment and also the improvement on that. Okay. Another thing that I could see is that actually the title and the research scope that we share during the conference is getting like more diversified. I think this is actually a good effort from all the researchers to share and benefiting the attendance in the conference. Now, I don't want to take too much of everyone's time. It is just like lastly, okay, I would like to also thank everyone's effort, especially those who involved in organizing the conference, who are also providing support, okay, at the back of the scene. This is no doubt a very, very successful conference, okay, and I look forward to for future participations. Thanks very much, everyone, and please accept my greatest appreciations again for the organizing committee, and please take good care of yourself. And I look forward to have a chance to meet up with everyone in a physical conference. I hope that could happen next year. Could that be, Prof. Pankaj? How is the situation, COVID situation in India? Do you think that next year it would be possible for us to meet up physically?
Sure.
Okay.
Sure, we will meet physically.
Okay, that concludes. That concludes my word of appreciation. Thanks very much, Sukriya.
Thank you very much, Professor Bourne. And now the word is given to Yon Sakchir, Branch Director of University of Management and Economics, Branch Branch, Cambodia. Mr. Yon Sakchir.
Sakcha is not present due to heavy rains in that place. Some connectivity issues.
Okay, then we have to proceed and give a word to a person I'm absolutely sure that she presents. Professor Natalia Novikova, Kyiv National University of Trade and Economics, will give us few words on the report of the conference. Natalia Novikova, Natalia Leonidovna, you're welcome.
Thank you. Шановні друзі, два таких насичених і продуктивних дня у нас з вами. Я щиро дякую за віддані сили, витрачений час та за ваші високі експертні компетенції.
So, dear friends, we really have very, very intensive days today. So, I'm sincerely grateful to you and thankful to you for your energy, for your forces, for the competences you shared with us. Natalia?
Наша конференція об'єднала понад 130 учасників з Індії, Японії, України, Китаю, Австралії, Сполучених Штатів Америки, Бразилії, Польщі, Камбоджі, Таїланду, більше ніж 10 країн світу, серед яких науковці, представники органів державної влади, місцевого самоврядування, громадських організацій та бізнесу.
Our conference joined together for these 2 days representatives of the scientific community from 10 countries of the world. Moreover, I should stress that we discussed not only scientific problems, but we also discussed practical problems connected with governmental, economical, and political issues. Natalia?
Сподіваємося, що конференція стала для всіх успішною подією, яка дала можливість поспілкуватися між собою, поділитися успішним досвідом та налагодити тісну співпрацю.
I really hope that this conference is a successful event that gave everybody a possibility to discuss the achievements that you have, to find the solutions to the problems, and to become more skillful, experienced, and professional in decision and solving our everyday issues. Natalia?
Дозвольте висловити слова подяки особисто президенту Академії ФАІ, професору Біренде Сінгбішт за співпрацю та високий рівень організації конференції.
First of all, I would like to give a personal word of thanks to the FAI president, Professor Prabhat Srivastava, and for the great level of conference organization. Natalia?
Professor B.S. Bist, the president is right now.
Julia.
And Dr. B.S. Bist. So, sorry, yeah, title.
Особисті слова подяки професору Панкаю Срівастава за багаточасові консультації та допомогу у вирішенні всіх організаційних питань.
Special words of thanks to Professor Pankai for our numerous hours, discussions, conferences, and for your great help in the decision of all the problems and all the tiny details of the conference. You were always in touch, very, very insistent, very, very helping, very, very motivating, really. Natalia.
Особливу вдячність висловлюємо професору нині Пойданосік за співпрацю та готовність завжди надавати необхідну підтримку і допомогу.
Special thanks we give to Professor Nina Poidanosik for her support, for her desire to give a helpful hand at any time we needed it, for her desire to do the best to make our conference successful. Natalia?
Наші слова вдячності всій команді ФАІ за важливий внесок у розробку концепції та програми конференції.
And our words of gratitude to the old FAI team for the development, the organization, because every event it's a team event. So thanks very much for the things that you have done for this conference. Natalia.
Окрема подяка всім доповідачам конференції за унікальні і цікаві доповіді. Професору Наталії Алюшиній, професору Біренде Сінгбішт, професору Оксані Кам'янецькій, професору Олені Розметовій, професору Ірині Пандагурі, Альоні Корогод, професору Прамджіт Сінг, професору Ірині Динник, професору Калайн Кумар, Арсену Навасад, професору Шрівастава, Вероніки Волковінській, професору Чайчій Танг, Василю Славінському, професору Костянтину Крістіану Крушу. Всім, кого не назвала, всім велика вдячність.
My special words of greeting to all the participants who shared with us the reports during the day of this conference. So special thanks to Natalia Alyushina, Birender Син-Биште, Оксана Каменецкая, Олена Розметова, Катерина Кандагура, Алена Карагод, Примит Синг, Ирина Дыник, Калин Кумар, Арсен Новосак, профессор Шивастава, Вероника Волковинская, Чай Чинтан, Konstantin Christian Krusha. And there is people who were not mentioned in these our words of thanks, but they also participated and shared with us their reports, their knowledge, their worldview. But also give a special thanks to Natalia.
Окремо хотілося б подякувати кожному з вас, шановні друзі, за активне залучення до палких дискусій, конструктивні пропозиції та слушні зауваження.
And special and some thanks to every one of us for some advisors, for a piece of information that you shared, for the plan of our further development, for every single detail that you inputted in the conference process. Natalia?
Київський національний торговельно-економічний університет завжди відкритий до співпраці з кожним із вас. Адже ми всі несемо унікальний вантаж знань, досвіду та натхнення, що є запорукою нашого спільного успіху.
Kyiv National University of Trade and Economics is always open to cooperation with all of you, because we all carry a unique load of knowledge, experience, and inspiration, which is the key to our mutual success. Natalia?
Бажаємо вам успіхів у нашій спільній роботі і до наступних зустрічей на наших заходах. Щиро дякуємо всім.
We wish you success in your work. We wish success in our joint work. And we're waiting until the next meetings for our joint events. We truly thank the partners and participants of the events. So these were the words from Professor Natalia Novikova, and I think that it is a time for me to give a word to make small reviews on the conference. And first of all, of course, I would like to invite Professor Shrivastava, former President FAI, former Dean, College of Agricultural Engineering and Post-Harvard Technology, Central Agricultural University, Gunturk and Faculty of Agricultural Science, India, and a person who participated very, very actively during these days. You're welcome.
Thank you, Professor. As the founder president of FAI, I can say I am highly satisfied today. I said that in my talk, I used two words, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, world is a family, and the seven sages. The seven sages you can see in the sky. From any corner of the world, the seven sages are seen in the sky. So there are seven sages of FAI also. Dr. Best, Dr. Pankaj Srivastava, Dr. Raghu Raman, Dr. Major General MP Singh, Dr. Tan, and others. And Dr. Pankaj started the journey in 2016. There is a poem in India when the journey I started alone and people started joining, and now there is a big procession. So the journey which was started by Dr. Pankaj Srivastava in 2016 was joined later by so many people, now almost about 30 countries across the world. Luckily, I am one of the person who boarded the ship in right time in this 16 period. Today's conference of 2 days, which is concluding today, was a great event for many countries, but two great institutions, Kyiv National University, 75th anniversary, and FAI with 6 years existence. so many speakers. I was trying to, I could not attend the throughout program, every lecture, but almost about 16 people, very eminent speakers on very diversified topics, especially public administration, sustainable development, economics, and many other issues have been discussed. So as I started, I'm really satisfied as the founder president of FAI that we have achieved the target of knowledge sharing and knowledge sharing. 10, I remember in Goa 2016, I said, I coined the word share, aware, and care. So I feel after 6 years, yes, we are caring forward as a family. We are sharing the knowledge in all the different diversified topics for the benefit of others, and we are awareing the society. It was a great event. I congratulate the organizers, starting from the Kyiv National University, then in India, the President, Dr. Best, the Secretary General, Dr. Pankaj Srivastava. I am saying our chief guest, Dr. Raghuram, a person who has been supporting every time all the positive activities. It was a great event, and I wish to thank each and every person associated with this event, as a organizer, as the convener, or and as participant. Satisfactory event. May God bless all of you, and we wish to continue this type of activity in future as well. Thank you very much. A great event, of course. Thank you.
Thanks very much, and dear Srivastava, and the word is given to our Professor Nina Poidanosik, Vice President FAI, and also Department of Finance and Banking, Finance, Workforce and Transportation, Hungarian College of Higher Education of Ukraine. Sorry for this new title.
Thank you, dear Yulia, for given word. Thank you. I would like to say the conference has been really very fruitful and successful. Public administration was considered under the view of sustainable development goals that become more prominent during the last years. And I must say that first, having a proper public administration system is now a standalone development objective. And second, public governance system are now explicitly mandated to contribute to the realization of sustainable development goals through policy instruments. And finally, the remaining sustainable development goals are embedded and framed in public governance, and their realization will strongly depend on it. That's why the topic of the conference is extremely relevant nowadays. The main issues that were raised by speakers during the conference I divided into 3 groups to analyze aspects of public management. We considered different aspects: organizational culture, government communication with civil society and business, public procurement, some aspects of Ukraine's decarbonization policies, risk management, rural local bodies, at the example of India. Also, we talked about educational aspects, experimental learning and learning through experiencing, grassroots level education for sustainable development as well. Education for sustainable development, we looked at the practice of Indian agricultural educational policy. Also, we discussed sustainable development goals at a certain group, natural gas group. Another aspect that we considered and discussed was innovation technologies, crowdsourcing technologies, media monitoring system, and the wonderful speech and wonderful report was about factors influencing the workplace innovation perception, about job satisfaction. So as I said already, this conference really gathered together professionals and renowned persons from various walks of life who believe in academic excellence and knowledge sharing. It was a great pleasure to hear issues and discussions about the significance of education in the process of economic development and public management as well. I would like to say that maybe I'd explain this significance by one phrase that's very common in the environment and business school, business education. They usually say growing companies through growing people. But I would maybe transform it a little bit. Growing economics through growing companies due to growth of people. So we are talking about the great significance of education, and we are involved in this system. It was really a great event. The reports and talks were very inspiring and wonderful. I'd like to congratulate also my colleagues from Kyiv National University of Trade and Economics from this successful event, firstly conducted in such a way. My congratulations to you, and I thank you very much to all speakers, chairpersons, organizers, and everybody who was involved in conducting this event. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Nina, for your sensitive speech, and thanks again for all the support that you bring to this conference. Now, we're almost ready to invite our special guest of honor. And the first person I would like to invite is Professor Sakur, former principal, Jabalpur Engineering College, Jabalpur, Pradesh, India. Professor Sakur, you're welcome. Maybe Pankaj will help me where the professor is.
Unmute your phone, please. Dear Professor.
Professor Thakur.
Mute your mic, sir. Yes.
Yeah, everything is okay. Yes.
Good evening to all. Organizing committee member, Professor Best, Professor Pankaj Srivastava, Professor P.K. Srivastava, Professor Nina, Professor Natalia. I am extremely honored and feel privileged to have given opportunity to part of this international conference organized by Kyiv National University of Trade and Economics and FAI. In the last 2 days, many important plenary speakers and invited speakers delivered eminent professors of international repute. Especially the talk of Professor Natalia, Professor Best, Professor Temnisai, Professor Kalyan Kumar, Professor Kandula, Professor P.K. Srivastava, Professor Ten, Professor Olina, and others definitely helps the young researchers to enhance their research in their field. I want to here mention that a large amount of uncertainty involved in the decision-making, development and implementation of projects related to the good governance, education, health, management, and administration. The concept of fuzzy logic, which is very important, developed by Professor Jade, is very useful to handle the uncertainty in these projects. Uncertainty in the sense, in logic, we are considering only truth value or false values. But in real world problems, there are uncertainty involved in the real world problems. So to handle this, I am suggesting here to utilize and interdisciplinary research in these fields. One is evaluation of government performance project implementation. Every answer is vague. When we consider some survey, the answer is vague project portfolio selection in public administration, group decision support system, real property value prediction is important project for the real world problem, group decision support system, corporate governance, student evaluation, which is also very important for the performance evaluation of student as well as employees. We can use fuzzy logic because we are considering here the whole evaluation on the basis of classical logic or exact logic, but uncertainty involved in the evaluation, even in the answers given by the students. So it is very important to consider to handle the uncertainty, the answer given by the survey, given in the survey, to utilize a fuzzy logic. We consider in health management, medical problems, every answer is big. So doctors can use, systems can be developed on the basis of fuzzy logic. Tourism management, one of the expert, Professor Srivastava, already used subcomputing techniques and tourism management, and performance evaluation of employees and other. I am talking about the field related to the public administration or management, in spite of the applications in the power system or computer science or in mathematics and others. So in all the lectures, because I am from mathematics, I think that the fuzzy logic research can be done using with the experts of management and public administration, with mathematicians and engineers. So using fuzzy logic as a tool, many research projects can be developed and give fast and accurate result. So this is only the point which I want to mention here, because I attended all the lectures and I find that fuzzy logic can be used in these two fields and collaborative research can be done in these fields. Again, I am thankful to be part of a great conference organized by FAI and Kyiv University of Trade and Economics. Thank you. Again, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Thakur. And I am happy to invite to the word Professor Acheloni Nurse-Volpato, Eswert University Center, Brazil. Is Professor with us?
Yes, Professor Arceloni. Professor Arceloni. Professor Arceloni, the word is yours. Since she doesn't hear.
I can see Professor Arceloni, can you please unmute your micro? Your micro is mute. You're welcome.
Yeah. Practical examples. I think presses some examples of misunderstandings.
Professor Arceloni, the word is yours. The word is yours, Professor Arceloni.
We just invite you to say the word.
Good evening to everybody. It is a pity that I can share so many parts of the event, but the parts I took part of that are really excellent. I would like to thank, in a general way, to have the opportunity, everybody, to have the opportunity to meet people, to connect people, and to share knowledge. Today, more than ever, we can see, we can realize that how important is science, how important is the knowledge. And this event shows us the importance of management and how people could be together in a good shape. For the other side, we can see that the pandemic, there is a dark side for this, death, pain, but for the other side, we have the growth of relations between countries, between institutions, the possibilities to connections, each piece of the world together, and really build a big planet connected, sharing for a better world for everybody. Maybe it could be sounds a bit dreamer, but it's not. It is necessary. That's what we need. Harmony, prosperity in a good sense. And in an event like that I could listen to other languages, we can see that the people can work together in a good way. That is the importance. I would like to Professor Prakash, Bishop, Nina, Natalia, and all the dignitaries here. Bishop, this is so great, the possibility to be together, integrated, and building, making science stronger. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Thanks very much, Professor Alcheloni. And the word is given to Yulia Golovnya, the Public of Public Administration, Kyiv National University of Trade and Economics. Yulia, you're welcome.
Шановні колеги, від імені Київського національного торговельно-економічного університету хочу подякувати за вашу участь, цікаву інтелектуальну комунікацію, міжкультурний діалог нашої наукової спільноти. Ми сподіваємося, що участь в нашій конференції виправдала ваші очікування, а запропоновані рекомендації стануть корисними для всіх учасників, слугуватимуть підґрунтям для створення нових партнерських відносин і розвитку якісної, довготривалої співпраці між науковцями та практиками наших країн. Ми завжди відкриті для співпраці, до нових зустрічей на наших спільних заходах.
Dear colleagues, I really strongly believe that this international dialogue that we have during these 2 days of the conference will bring the success to and make the best achievements of both sides. I really hope that the useful time that we created with you here is a great time for all of us to make the new goals that we will achieve together. Thanks everyone, for every participant. Thanks to the organizers of the conference. Thanks and good luck. Yulia Golovnya, thank you very much. Trying to be a well-versed translator and the person who is responsible for presenting the next person, chief guest address. Dr. Professor Raful Rahman, Vice President of FAI, Chief Advisor of Mira Consulting Firm, former faculty, School of Business Manager, ICT Amman, Chennai, Tamil, India. Professor, Doctor, you're welcome.
Thank you very much for the nice introduction you have given there. Let me start with a quote on step in with the conference and step out with the success. That's what it has happened for the conference. President B.S. Pishit, Secretary Pankaj Srivastava, secretaries of various chapters, dignitaries of various countries, from various countries, Executive Council members, Vice President, and allied other staff members. The second international conference on public management and administration at the present stage of state building, virtually conducted 2 days in 21 and 21st and 22nd. and in the evening, late evening stage. This conference covered the major topic on risk management, public administration, and then coaching on the education side, agricultural education, and also economics, part of economics. This conference covered almost all part of the management and also non-management sector they covered for this. And then every speaker has done a very good job, and they do some research work. In fact, I could not attend the conference. I am in London. The timing differs from London to other countries. So Professor Pankaj requested me. That's why I'm in a position to come here now. A lot of research work has been done by the paper presenters and then in the respective domain. Majorly, why this conference is very successful, the key point is I would like to point out at this juncture is integrated the relationship building exercise across the globe. Not only one country, the country from various parts, the dignitaries and then professors from various parts of country, they integrated in this conference, and then it's one of the best conference I can say. I have been attending this conference in almost in the pandemic situation, non-pandemic also. This conference gives the great outlook and also great it's eye opener for the paper presenter and also those who have come here to present the papers and also non-paper presenters also. Second point is I would like to say this conference is one of the best conference I can say. My special thanks my special thanks to Nina and Natalia, who was spearheading the conference in the front stage and then make it from the beginning of the conference with the help of Professor Pankaj Srivastava, who is the captain of the ship. In fact, I can say he is a captain for the ship, entire ship. The ship is a very big ship for this. He is the captain of the ship. He was the brain behind. It's a true. When I say something else, it is from the bottom of the heart. Because he is a person who is molding the people, who is helping the people, who is grooming them in different way, in different fashion. And thereby, what you were there previously in few years to couple of years before, now you are there because of Professor Pankaj Srivastava. This conference is an eye-opener for many topics, and it's also I have taken a many input from this conference, and that will be very useful for me. And when I go for some other conference, and giving a code. Third point is I would like to say at this juncture is Professor Bishop has given a wonderful lecture on this area. That's what I was heard, and it has come in the paper also. And he has given a wonderful talk about these things. Other participants also equally have given a wonderful talk in various topics for this. Overall, this conference has come out very nicely, and with the help of all the dignitaries, foreign dignitaries. I cannot mention the names of the only one or two person, but I remember the name Nina because she is always appearing in front of the screen. The first screen she is appearing in front of the screen. So the frequent name is Natalia. These two persons, special thanks to her. I wish the same conference, the same level of the motto and also same level of speed should be there in the ensuing conference. I thank all the members of the conference members who are there in the conference and of the conference also, directly or indirectly, for the success of the conference in a greater heights. Thank you very much for the opportunity given to say a few words. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Raman, for so many greetings to all the participants and all the people taking active part in the conference. It was a real pleasure to listen to it. So I invite the other person, Dr. Irina Lazebna, PhD in Economics, Associate Professor at Kyiv National University of Trade and Economics, for giving us some words of thanks. Irina?
Thanks. Ці 2 дні пройшли в досить такому інтенсивному режимі, багато чого почерпнули нового. Конференція взагалі була дуже змістовною, насиченою, продуктивною. І теми, які піднімалися на конференції, вони були актуальними і значимими. Досить було, сподобалось те, що вдало було поєднані як науково-теоретичні, практичні аспекти доповідей, і конференція залишила по собі лише тільки позитивні враження. Було цікаво, продуктивно, корисно і доброзичливо.
Well, Irina Strasser said maybe the core value of this conference with the combination of theoretical approaches, theoretical aspects, and practical implementations that was heard through all the reports that we have. Thank you very much.
Thank you. One moment. І дякуємо всім взагалі доповідачам, які виступали на цій конференції, за їхні такі широкі погляди, за їхні широкі дослідження в різних сферах от публічного управління. І слід підкреслити те, що на конференції було заслуговано обговорено доповіді досить високого рівня підготовки, і теми були живими, обговорення були досить такими цікавими, і кожен, сподіваюся, що кожен почерпнув для себе щось нове і актуальне. І thank you to all present at this crucial moment and to celebrate the 75th anniversary of the university. Thank you. We hope for new meetings and future cooperations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Irina. Special thanks for English language. And the word is given to Praveen Kumar, Academic Secretary, Science and Technology, Member, Executive Council for the Academy of India. You're welcome.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Am I audible?
Yeah, everything is okay.
It is my proud privilege to be sharing screen with such academicians, scientists, professionals, and the 2 days for international conference, which we witnessed last 2 days, was really an eye-opener. And on behalf of organizers, I would thank each and everyone, each speaker, coordinator, chairperson, organizers, IT people, anyone who is remotely connected with this conference, for their participation and full support, because of which this conference has been able to establish new standards. This is one of the conferences which has been so well organized without any hitch and hiccups, and a real international conference where people from all over the world could participate. Such a knowledge sharing is really an eye-opener, and I would, without taking much time, from the organizer's side, it is my proud privilege to thank each and every one of you giving me this opportunity to address you all and give vote of thanks is highly appreciated. Thank you. Good afternoon, good night, good evening. Please choose whatever is applicable to each one of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And maybe with Julia, I would like to express my special thanks to Julia for translation and for such a hard work during this conference. And actually, on behalf of all organizers, on behalf of FAI, on behalf of all educational institutions that really organize this conference and this event, thank you so much for our event, and I wish you good luck and feel satisfaction of such events, and of sharing knowledge, as our Professor Arsulani said. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Nina, also as a person that I felt the more support from. As a person, I should say, was like my light of English during the conference, because every time we have some technical failures or other difficulties, I know that you may come, you may support, and you may do your best, both with translation, moderator, chairman, and etc. Thanks very much for such a great experience that you gave to me. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
So I would like to add one word here, because all the paper presenters, those who are interested for publication in Springer, please share your paper as per the Springer format at thefighterindia@gmail.com. Latest by November 5th. After that, we will start processing. And I hereby express my all fellow colleagues, the Honorable President B.S. Best, former President P.K. Srivastava sir, Kalyan Kumar ji, Premjit Singh sir, Professor Thakur, Professor Raghu Raman, Liliana Guran, Professor Nina, Dr. Natalia, I think we hope so that the 2 days rigorous 75th anniversary program you have nicely conducted, and we are thankful that whatever is possible, we all have made a possible support to make this event a successful one. So all the fellow colleagues from the FAI Council, from the FAI Advisory Board, the Technical IT Committee, each and everyone associated with the Kyiv National University of Trade and Economics. I'm very grateful to Professor Yulia for supporting us and as a bridge between the language barrier, and highly appreciable effort that you have made. In the meantime, she prepared and made a translation from the Ukrainian language to the English version for the newspaper item report. Hopefully tomorrow in the leading newspapers, the report will be published and that will be shared soon with all of you. And I would like to express my sincere thanks to Professor Arsloni, Professor Maria, who is present since the beginning of the conference, D3s, and other fellow colleagues. It is not necessarily each and everyone may be called by name, but I hope that all of you understand the feelings and support, whatever all of you have provided to make this event a successful one. So thank you each and everyone. And I would like to hand over the stage to Professor Yulia to conclude and close the program.
Thanks very much. To conclude, actually, I even have no words where to say. Try to do open, truly, and emotional. Well, a lot of people, a lot of swords, a lot of eyes, a lot of experience. I think that every time when so many people are together, it can lead to something great. And I believe that these 2 days will be not only days for making the reports, will be not only the days like given some information about what did FAI or what did Kyiv National Trade and Economics University. I want these days to be remembered as a days of true friendship, collaboration, support, assistance, barrier breaking, and bridge building among mostly 2 countries, Ukraine and India, with a great respect, of course, for the participants from the other countries. Thanks everyone very much. And I think that it is time to say goodbye or time to say see you next time.
See you next time. Bye.
Bye. Bye.
Have a nice
All the best.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good luck, everyone here.
Bye bye. Bye bye.
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 Bye bye.
Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye bye.
Bye, sir.
Bye, sir. Bye bye.
See you, sir.
Bye.
Bye to all, everyone.
Bye to all.
Bye.
Bye, sir. Bye, sir. Bye, sir.
Thank you. Bye, sir. Bye. Bye, everyone.
Bye bye. Bye bye. Each and everyone. Bye.
Bye bye.
I hope everything will be was okay.
Everything is over. I think the support, whatever is possible that you made to conduct this successful program to Professor Natalia and her team. And the effort is marvelous from your side. As a Vice President of FAI, we all appreciate that you have made a wonderful work for the academic generation of the Kyiv National University, as well as the Ukraine and India both, and other fellow countries. More than 10 countries participations were there. Almost each and everyone joined. Actually, I was expecting that Professor Larry will join, but Professor Larry morning told me that all of a sudden a departmental meeting has been arranged at 9 a.m. 9 a.m. means that I will have to make a presentation, and that's why I am sorry I am not able, but I will try. So I connected once again this moment. But that moment he was in a meeting. He told me, I'm in a meeting. I said, okay, no problem, because the validity function is going to be coming to an end. So anyway, hope the Natalia will be happy. The heavily tensed.
They are very happy, really. But actually,
I remember the day, only day before yesterday, I driven about 400-kilometer car and came back and then sat with all of you. Because just I saw that her face was almost in a dull, almost disappointed mode. What will happen? How very tense. Today she is very happy, smiling. So that gives that whatever possible support you provided, and they successfully conducted this event as a memorable event from for their department.
We will remember such moments for a long time.
So a lot of experience they don't have. It is quite clear. They have no experience in some cases. And that's why it is essential to support them. Because it is our responsibility to support whatever is possible. As I asked the report, once I saw the first report and second report, only data manipulation, then I told that, okay, no, the report is already prepared, because Professor V. Srinivas is looking after. He was present here, the media and publicity in charge of FAI. So so report is already finalized. Whatever photo I demanded, that photo you shared, that I have already forwarded. Let us hope that tomorrow all the photographs with the report will appear and I will share with them. And it's your duty to circulate in Ukraine that Professor Nina conducted and supported Professor Natalia, the head of the department, for celebrating 75th anniversary in a very successful way. Right.
I will always repeat, you are the main inspirator, facilitator, motivator, and you really do a big work for such institutions that you will.
See here, the two persons are waiting. So you just wait, because your presence is essential, because this lady, Anita, was likely to present. Ramesh?
Yeah, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Anita is here?
So, Vaila Devi.
Anita is here? So, okay.
Good evening, sir.
So, okay, good evening. So she is going to present a paper. In the meantime, she has lost the connection. And after 10 minutes, 20 minutes, we waited. And then the validity function started. Right. Okay. So let us just wait. Let her present, because Ramesh is the chairperson of the paper presentation session. Okay, Ramesh, start. Myself and Professor Nina is here. Okay. Please go ahead, Ramesh. Ramesh.
Yeah, yes, sir.
Yeah, start paper presentation. Myself and Professor Nina is here.
Yeah,
10 minutes only 10 minutes.
Yeah, yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir, I will start, sir. Sorry due to some technical issues. It happens, sir. Sorry, sir.
Already 20% is over, sir. Okay, you present money. Madam? Madam, take it.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Start. Go ahead.
Yes, sir.
Ramesh?
Yeah, yes, sir. Yes.
Instructions and conduct it quickly, because myself and Professor Nina is just waiting for this presentation. Since 2 o'clock we are sitting here.
Okay. Okay, sir. Sir, already 20% presentation over, sir. That's right.
Okay.
Yeah, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Madam, you or 3-4 slide tell you present.
Come to the main work,
yes.
main result.
Okay, sir.
Already she presented 3 or 4 slides, sir.
Okay. Come to the main result and.
Yes.
Yes, sir. Now we will see about properties of G alpha omega close to 6. Let omega be a weak structure on a space X, then H is a subset of X is called a G omega alpha omega group set. If closure of H is a subset of U, whenever H is a subset of U belongs to alpha, omega. For example, consider the set x equal to set of a comma b comma c, tau equal to set of all empty set phi, comma singleton set a, comma set a comma c comma s, and weak structure omega equal to phi singleton set a and the set bc. Then the set b omega alpha closed from b comma c is g alpha omega closed. In our example, singleton a is not g alpha omega closed. Next definition, the subset H of an ideal space x comma tau comma I is to be I omega g alpha closed if H star is a subset of U, whenever H is a subset of U and U belongs to alpha of omega. For example, consider the set x equal to a comma b comma c, tau equal to pi singleton set a comma c comma x, and ideal I equal to singleton set pi and omega equal to pi singleton set a and a comma b comma x.
Then omega, W mention பண்ணிருக்கீங்க. அதெல்லாம் omega. Yeah, omega.
Okay,
omega notation மாத்தணும்.
Okay, sir. Then the set b comma c is I omega g alpha closed. Next definition, the subset H of an ideal space x comma tau comma I is said to be I omega g alpha open if the difference x difference H is I omega g alpha closed. Proposition, if H belongs to tau, which is a subset of omega, then H belongs to alpha of omega. Yeah, topological space x comma tau is said to have the property C if P complement belongs to tau and Q complement belongs to alpha of omega.
Okay, go to the conclude.
Okay, sir.
I have one doubt. Alpha வந்து weak topology. Omega வந்து strong form.
Okay, sir, I will make the corrections.
How to connect weak topology and weak form and strong form?
Sir?
Alpha is a weak form of open sets.
Yes, sir.
Omega is the strong form of open sets in topological space. How to connect the weak form and the strong form? Is it possible? அது எப்படி கனெக்ட் பண்ணீங்க? ஆல்பா வந்து வீக் ஃபார்ம் ஆஃப் ஓபன் சர்க்யூட்.
எஸ் சார்.
ஒமேகா வந்து ஸ்ட்ராங் ஃபார்ம் ஆஃப் ஓபன் சர்க்யூட். அப்போ how to connect weak form and the strong form?
Okay, sir.
The definition வந்து weak form and the strong form.
Okay.
So how to connect?
If omega be a weak structure on X and H is a subset of X, then we connect H belongs to alpha of omega. If H is a subset of, first we collect interior of the set, first we collect closure of H, then we collect interior of H, then we the set H belongs to alpha of omega. This is the definition, sir.
No. Alpha one side weak form.
Okay.
Omega வந்து strong form. இது ஒரு சைடு அது ஒரு சைடு ரெண்டையும் மெர்ஜ் பண்ணி
அந்த ஸ்பேஸ் I வந்து ஈக்குவல் டு பை எம்டி செட்டா இருந்ததுன்னா வந்து நம்ம வந்து பண்ணலாம் சார். அந்த ப்ராப்பர்ட்டி ரெண்டும் வந்து மெர்ஜ் பண்ணலாம்.
சரி ஓகே அப்ப கடைசி சும்மா கேட்கணும்ன்றத கேட்கறேன் அந்த ஏதாவது சும்மா
ஓகே சார். நெக்ஸ்ட் லாஸ்ட் தியரம் மட்டும் சொல்லுங்க. The characterization of normal spaces in terms of I omega g alpha open sets. Let X tau I be an ideal topological space where tau is a subset of weak structure and I is completely coherent, then the following are equivalent. First one is X is normal. Then for any disjoint closed sets M and N, there exists disjoint I omega g alpha open sets P and Q such that M is a subset of P and N is a subset of P. For any closed set N and open set Q containing M, there exists an I omega g alpha open set P such that M is a subset of P, subset of closure star of P, which is a subset of Q. Proof that A implies P. The proof follows from the fact that every open set is I omega g alpha open. Next, B implies C. Suppose M is closed and Q is an open set containing M. Since M and X minus Q are disjoint closed sets, there exist disjoint closed sets P and R such that M is a subset of P and X minus Q is a subset of R. Since X minus Q with a complement belongs to alpha of omega and R is I omega G alpha. Okay, sir. And S and T are the record disjoint open sets containing M and L respectively. These are my references. Thank you, sir.
It is over. Ramesh?
Yeah, yes, sir.
It is finished?
Yeah, yes, sir. Finished, sir.
Okay. So, thank you. But Vela Devi, you must be present right time. And your address, Anita Mira is there. So that's why a lot of confusions was created. So at least you must inform to the organizer that this is your ID. With the help of this ID, you will join.
Okay, sir.
Otherwise, this paper presentation session was already over. Luckily, myself and the Vice President of FAI, Professor Nina, is present here. So therefore, in the presence of mine and Professor Nina, under the chairmanship of Dr. Ramesh, your paper is presented and definitely your certificate will be regarding this will be released. Right?
I'm sorry, sir, due to some technical issues, sir.
Okay.
Sorry, sir. Thank you for giving this opportunity again, sir. Really, thanks.
Okay. So, okay, thank you, Ramesh.
Thank you, sir. Thank you,
Professor Nina, thank you. And should we close this meeting?
Yes, sir.
Thank you,
Professor Nina.
Thank you, Ramesh, sir.
Professor Nina, we would like to, with your kind permission.
I'm sorry, it was Natalia calling.
Oh, it's Natalia. So she is now relaxed?
Yes, she just wanted to thank again and to say to you, she asked
thank you,
me
sir.
to say to you, big thanks.
Okay. Big thank. Okay, once we will visit
thanks.
Ukraine. Okay, once we will visit. So we would like to have a cup of tea with Natalia.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. So let us see the situation be normal. Because suppose if we reach Ukraine, so first of all, we would like to land at Kyiv. So she is there. So definitely we will like to have a cup of tea. Let the situation be normalized, and hope we would like to invite all of you, India, convey my message as well to Professor Natalia. Let the situation be clear. Visit India, see the ancient part of India, the country thousands and thousands of years old, with knowledge, supreme, means excellent technical knowledges are there. Day by day, it is coming. Right.
I hope everything will go well. Let it be no lockdowns and everything will go okay.
Okay. So as you are very much tired, and thank once again.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. And I would like to close this meeting, and recording of the meeting will be uploaded tomorrow.
Okay.
Convey the message, Natalia. Tomorrow the both days recording will be uploaded on the YouTube of FAI. Right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Don't
Goodbye.
forget about the list of participants that she would like to.
Just convey the conference. The main headache is over. Certificate will be relaxed in an easy way. No.
Okay. Okay. Have a nice day.
And she is very much interested only for the certificates. First thing is that successful conduction of the event, and in that effort, Natalia succeeded, and convey the message that okay, the certificate will be released in day 1, day 2, day 3, at least 1 week if the certificates will be released. So we will share the name of all IT committee members, those who supported, organizing secretaries, conveners, and the participant, those who participated from India and from Thailand, from Malaysia, from Cambodia, from United Kingdom, from Brazil, from Turkey, from your Philippines. So a lot of people from across the world joined this, and it's in a true sense of international, in a true glimpse of the international. Whenever Natalia will open the video and will go through that moment she realized that she created a history for her department, and credit goes to none other than the Vice President of FAI. Okay, so thank you. Bye
so
bye.
much.
Bye
Have a
bye.
nice evening. Bye bye.
Good night.
Good night.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, Ramesh.
Okay, sir.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.